I'm going to call this meeting to order and start by acknowledging that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota, Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. And then other members of council we have in the room, Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I'm going to take a quick look here. I see Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I think I've captured all members of council that have joined. Fantastic. So next, before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare?
Mr. Mayor, I am disclosing a perceived conflict of interest and will be recusing myself from the discussion and vote on agenda item 7.3. The nature of the perceived conflict is that I have a family member who is associated with the organization that is the subject of this discussion.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have anything yet? I do not see any. So from here on now we'll move to adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang?
Sure. I'll move that the March 4th, 2026 Executive Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following change addition. 7.5, options to fund Francis Winspear Center expansion.
Second.
Thank you. Well, we don't need a seconder for committee. It's great.
I mean councils.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's all good. No, I appreciate your enthusiasm for adopting the agenda. And yes, we can take questions on this change. So, Councillor Tang, if you have questions, please go ahead.
Sorry, was this discussed at Agenda Review Committee about the addition of this?
This was published just yesterday.
Just yesterday, with all the reports and attachments?
Yes, it was published yesterday in full, yeah.
Okay, why? I guess why so last minute, and it really wasn't on my radar at all. I was quite confused about it.
This was always contemplated as a target for a March 4th Executive Committee, and the term sheet and material came together quite quickly, and so the agenda item was added late.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the agenda? Not seeing any, please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. Next is the approval of the minutes. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move approval of the minutes from the February 11th, 2026 Executive Committee meeting.
Thank you. Any questions, errors, or omissions on the minutes? Not seeing any, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. Next, council protocol. I don't believe there were any protocol items today. Therefore, we can move to selection of items for debate. So please click on the board in order to select items for debate today, please. Councillor Tang?
7.1, 7.2, and 7.5.
That's 7.1, 7.2, and 7.5. I see Councillor Salvador on the board. Please go ahead.
7.3, please.
7.3. And Councillor Parmar has removed themselves from the board, so there's no one else. Therefore, if I could get a motion to approve all remaining items.
So moved.
Councillor Salvador, thank you very much. Please vote on the approval of the remaining items.
Just waiting for one vote. Counselor Palmer? We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. Next, request to speak, Councillor Tang.
Would you mind if I read back what we
Oh,
dealt
of
with
course.
today?
Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Yes.
So this morning, Executive Committee has approved the recommendations in the following reports. Item 5.1, Urban Reserve in Blatchford with a revised due date of August 12th, 2026. Item 5.2, Conditions contributing to commercial vacancies with a revised due date of to be determined. And item 7.4, Bylaw 21396 to designate the Harcourt House as a municipal historic resource, which is proceeding to council.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to request to speak. And Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
Sure. I will move that Executive Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. 7.1, Chinatown Strategy, Initiatives and Progress. We have Doug Cook from Boyle Street Community Services in person, Jesse Watson, remote, Rishwan, Mohyuddin in person, Brendan Cha in person, William Laauo, Chinatown Revita in person, Megan Sang in person, Andrew Hui in person, Sue Ma Society of Edmonton in person, Gabby, Mukyper in person. I can't roll my R, sorry. For a 7.2, Downtown Attainable Housing Incentive, Jason Savikse, Build, Edmonton Metro in person, Brian Murray, Build in person, Henry Ecker, Build in person, James Robinson, Edmonton Downtown Business Association, remote. And 7.3, Below Market Sale to Apply Pharmaceutical Innovation, and Andrew McIsaac, Apply Pharmaceutical Innovation in person, and that is it.
Can we just add?
Oh, we gotta add.
On number 10 for 7.1, Joanna Wong from Chinatown Transformation Collaborative. Apparently not, so,
Okay.
yeah.
And for Joanna Wong for 7.1 from Chinatown Transformation Collaborative.
Thank you very much. That has been moved. Any questions on those looking to speak? Not seeing any questions from members of committee. Please vote on hearing from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. Next, we are, let's see, requests for time specific. There are none. We've already approved the Chinatown item as first item of business, and we'll work in order of the items, as we have requests to speak on pretty much all of them anyways. And councillor inquiries, I don't believe I received any in advance, so that's okay, and we've already dealt with the fives. So we'll move on to the first item of business, which will be 7.1, the Chinatown Strategy Initiatives and Progress. Please go ahead. And actually, as they're getting settled, I realize I should probably just do the public speaker speech here. So just so folks know the process, for each item, administration may provide, and in this case will provide opening remarks or presentation. Members of the public approved to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in the meeting room, and it will be displayed in the virtual meeting. The light on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes. It will turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and it will flash red when the 5 minutes are up. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. And for this reason, please remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, I ask that you please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And if you're experiencing any technical difficulties, you can reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And if you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's time for your panel, and I'll call out the names when that time comes as well. So there we go. We'll start with our presentation on item 7.1. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Alyssa LaLiberty, and I'm the branch manager for Economic Investment Services. With me today is Brett Schladford, Director of Strategy and Emerging Economy, and in the room, Yulia Zhao, Manager of Chinatown Recovery. And joining us today is Sandy Pon and Lan Chan Marples, co-chair of the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative Society. We're here today to provide an information update on the progress of the Chinatown strategy. Next slide, please. Edmonton's Chinatown serves as an economic hub, attracting thousands of visitors and boosting local business revenue through specialized grants, high-profile food tours, and much more. It's a community and cultural focal point that has preserved the heritage and social networks of the Chinese community for over a century, despite historical and local challenges. Edmonton's Chinatown strategy, originally presented to City Council in 2017, is a long-term, community-driven framework supporting revitalization, safety, economic development, and cultural vibrancy in Edmonton's Chinatown. It was developed through an integrated approach, and its progress is heavily influenced by the strong commitment of Chinatown cultural organizations, retail and business sector, and community organizations. It will be these collaborative, community-based partnerships that will similarly drive the success of the strategy as its actions are implemented. Together, we've achieved many Chinatown strategy actions. However, there is still much more work to do.
Next slide, please. In 2025, together with Chinatown partners, the City of Edmonton advanced this multi-layered strategy to enable Chinatown's transformation into a resilient cultural and economic hub. Efforts focused on the immediate vibrancy through community-led programming and long-term growth via significant infrastructure investments. Despite persistent challenges regarding public order, the year was marked by an increased visitor engagement and the finalization of designs for major projects. Today's report will inform ongoing community safety initiatives by administration and has been provided to key partners for their consideration. As implementation of these actions continue into 2026, the year ahead will also include the development of a Chinatown tourism strategy and improved outcomes reporting related to this work. Next slide, please. On December 4th, 2023, the city established the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund in an effort to support the implementation of the Chinatown strategy by building community cohesion, empowering residents, and bringing visitors into the area through festivals, events, and cultural projects. On October 9th, 2024, per Council's motion, vibrancy funding of $480,000 was renewed for 2025 and 2026. The City administered the program by leveraging an evaluation team, the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund Advisory Committee, which was made up of local business owners, property owners, social agencies, residents, and cultural partners, as well as city staff. The Advisory Committee develops rigorous evaluation criteria that was applied in the committee's final deliberation of projects, based on how effectively they could support the implementation of the Chinatown strategy. Administration received 42 applications in total, and 14 funding agreements were issued, with 8 of those going to various festivals. 8 of the projects have already been completed. The Vibrancy Fund has made real progress in bringing Edmontonians into Chinatown and shopping at businesses there, supporting cultural activities, and bringing the community together. In order to maintain this progress, administration is currently working on bringing forward an unfunded service package for the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund for 2027 to 2030. Next slide, please. We would like to close with looking at one of the most successful Chinatown Vibrancy projects, the Chinatown BIA's Open for Business grant. The program was administered by the Chinatown BIA with funding from the city in 2023. These businesses are currently contributing approximately $148,000 in rent and $12,000 in business levies annually, boosting the local economy, attracting visitors, and employing Edmontonians. Along with recurring festivals and events, this is the kind of project that has a lasting and meaningful impact in the community. We are extremely optimistic about the community's ability to bring life to future projects like this, which would be initiated by future rounds of vibrancy funding.
Next slide, please. Progress on the actions in the Chinatown strategy will collectively drive the resiliency and economic sustainability of Chinatown now and into the future. Successful long-term implementation will continue to require a unified community and strong partnerships, with the city acting as a convener and providing appropriate support and resources. Our Chinatown partners are essential for this work, and we thank them for creating this progress with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to our speakers. Where did my list go? There it is. And I just check, so for our folks from CCC, do you have a separate presentation, or are you here for questions when the time comes?
We're here for a question, and we
Fantastic.
do have something to ask. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Do we want to do that now from administration's, do we want to do this as part of a, since they're here as your delegation, I want to make sure we've organized this properly.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay, please go ahead then. Yep.
About the questions or statement?
Statement, yeah, statement, yeah. We'll do questions once we've heard from all the
Okay.
speakers, but we'll do the statement because technically you're part of the delegation, which means you should be doing, you can do your presentation right now, so.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor Andrew Knack, City Councilor Ann Stevenson, Joanne Wright, Tu Parma, and Karen Tang. Thank you. We're here on behalf of the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative Society. To my left is my Vice Chair, Lanchan Marpos. I'm Sandy Pond, the co-founder and chair of the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative. And today with us, we have our several board members, Lanchan Marpos, as I mentioned, Wen Wang he's also the ED of Chinatown BIA, Catherine Liu, who's also the chair of the BIA, who's on my board, Joanne Wong Louis, who is the secretary of CTC, and other members of the Chinatown community, such as Boyle Street Community Services, Reach Edmonton, Yorkton Group, represented by Carl. Also, he's a board member of the Chinatown BIA, and Rishwan and the other individuals in here are supportive of Chinatown, such as the business community. Thank you. We're very proud of our activities that we have done in the last 2 years from 2024, which was transition of the new board, and 2025. As you see in the attachment, in the supplemental attachment 2, we have 12 pages of activities that we carried out, collaboratively working with various organizers in Chinatown, agencies, service provider. We have implemented a very neighborly approach with EPS and all the community service provider in the area, which we've never seen before in Chinatown. Thank you for the assistance of BIA Chinatown and the Chinese Benevolent Association and various legacy associations that working with us. We're very appreciative of the effort that we have made. And thank you to the City of Edmonton for continued effort and funding to the CTC. We would like to continue that effort past the 2027 fiscal year, because with the CTC's results and collaboration, we have created magnitude of events that nobody can surpass. For every dollar that you send to us, we leverage another $1.25 in return. That's really phenomenal for any organization in this city. If you look at our budget 2024 and 2025, you see that we continue with our own effort to leverage for other grants and resources to help to supplement the funding that we've got from the City of Edmonton. So the proof is in the pudding. The results are there. We're all volunteers on our board. We don't take honorariums. We don't take any salary. With our ED, we are very, very efficient because of the magnitude of the expertise that we have on our board. So my ask is, for the City Council, we'd like to continue with our effort. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to our speakers. So what I'll do is I'll call out the list of speakers. So again, if you're here in person, as I call your name, please make your way down over to this side here, where our clerks will show you to your seat. If you're virtual, I'll just make sure that you are present. So first will be Doug Cook. Next will be Jesse Watson, I think I see you online.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Rishwan Mutie, please come down. Brandon Cha, William Laauo, Megan Sang, Andrew Hui, Sue Ma, Gabby Mukyper, and Joanna Wong. Please all make your way down. For everyone else, I think everyone was in person except the one, so that's great. We've got let's see. Perfect. As everyone is getting settled in, I'll just go over a few additional pieces. So, but as we've started our discussion, again, I want to just share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace, and these expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. As the meeting is being live streamed, everyone is welcome to watch online. And so for everyone in person, you'll see a podium there. That's one good spot to keep an eye on the time. There will be the lights right on that podium, close, sort of in front of Mr. Laauo there, speaker number 5. You'll see him there. Again, 5 minutes. If you've followed along, I'm quite firm on the time, so I will respectfully cut you off at 5 minutes if you are going long. So with that in mind, we will start with Doug Cook. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. Doug Cook, representing Boyle Street Community Services, Manager of Community Engagement. Thank you for allowing Boyle Street Community Services the opportunity to speak on our relationship with the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative. As Boyle Street went through the stages of building King Thunderbird Centre, the CTC was instrumental in helping us bridge the gap between us and the wider Chinatown community. From day one, the conversation has been about collaborating and partnering with Boyle Street on finding solutions on public safety and social disorder issues in the neighborhood. Our relationship has been rooted in partnership and reciprocity, respect, and coming together. For Chinatown and Boyle Street to be successful for all, these are the values that need to be cultivated and expanded on. A few examples to highlight are CTC's invitation to participate in their Christmas at Hull block, where we receive a good number of snack bags that were then handed out to the residents of our supportive living spaces. Boyle Street being invited to and recognized as CTC supporters at the Shanghai Night celebration this past January 31st. And to finish, Boyle Street was honored to have a number of the CTC board in attendance at our grand opening of King Thunderbird Centre on December 15th and 16th. Boyle Street is proud to show our support for the CTC, and we look forward to many years of continued partnership and collaboration in Edmonton's Chinatown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is our remote speaker, Jesse Watson. Please go ahead.
Hey everybody, my name is Jesse Watson. I'm here to speak briefly about Chinatown Report and also my own experience visiting the area. I support what's going on. I think vibrancy is important fundamentally. If the clerk can please play a video. And before it's played, I just want to be clear, this isn't AI doctrine. This isn't about anybody. It's hopefully not going to issue a point of order, but essentially all it is just a video of me walking through Chinatown as I explain what I'm about to discuss. So first, the report itself, I found it a bit difficult to read, mainly because it doesn't really address the fundamental problems facing Chinatown. We all know what they are, and I'm not going to dive into them, but anyone who spent time there knows the situation's a bit challenging. The report spends a lot of time discussing other levels of government, and I understand that that's dynamic and challenging, but today I want to focus on what the City of Edmonton controls, because there are several issues where the city appears to be turning a blind eye. If we expect accountability from other levels of government, we also need to hold ourselves to the same standards. The first issue is infrastructure and construction. You can see in this video that I'm actually dodging rebar sticking out of sidewalks. The report describes basic renewal as a major success in Chinatown, but on the ground, the work isn't even finished. There's rebar sticking out of sidewalks, holes in walking paths, and unfinished sections that are not properly blocked. So I recommend that council and mayor, maybe after this meeting, take a walk down there and just check it out. When you're walking down the street, you're already navigating needles, garbage, and debris. Adding construction hazards on top creates a bit of a real safety risk. I did report this to 311. Unfortunately, there was no response, so I'm putting it on the record today in a public hearing that there are active safety concerns caused by unfinished city construction, and that needs to be addressed. Second is derelict buildings and property neglect. Some buildings literally have smashed windows, broken glass, left on sidewalks, and businesses operating out of boarded up storefronts. In one case, glass is actually sitting inside the business and outside for weeks. I've been checking on it. We ban knives, which is great, but people could literally take glass and stab somebody. We talk a lot about revitalization and economic activity. But allowing businesses to operate in these conditions sends the opposite message. It discourages investment and hurts the very businesses we're trying to support. Third, basic property standards, snow clearing, garbage, graffiti, and maintenance. Today, ironically, the city issued a notice to residents to clear their sidewalks. But in Chinatown, many sidewalks are impassable because vacant properties and surrounding facilities aren't maintaining them. So garbage piles up, graffiti spreads, and basic standards aren't really being enforced. Organizations like the Hope Mission, they do important work, but basic responsibilities still apply. Clearing sidewalks and maintaining property is being part of a good neighbor in any community. So my point's really simple. These are issues within the city's control, not the provinces, not the feds. We need to finish construction projects, remove safety hazards. We need to enforce property standards and licensing requirements. We issue licenses and permits, so why are we permitting businesses to operate with boarded up premises? And we need to apply the bylaws that already exist, such as property maintenance. Finally, council is considering millions of dollars in downtown vibrancy, which is great, 3 million. But take a couple 100,000 and plop some EPS officers in Chinatown and actually get the enforcement going, just so people and patrons when you visit feel safe and secure. Chinatown deserves the same standards, safety, and care as every other part of Edmonton, and right now the basics simply aren't being met. So if you can please pop up the PDF. So this is just a couple images of rebar sticking out, and my understanding is council just issued their 3 priorities, one being safety and one being economic development. This images demonstrates that we're not following through on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Rishwan. Please go ahead.
Hello, good day everybody. Good day council, City of Edmonton. Today I just want to talk about the businesses on 101 Street in Chinatown. Something that they've been going through is that about a year ago, they got a letter saying that the city was taking out all of their parking. And this has been tough for them because they rely on that parking a lot. And the letter said that the Transit Priority Measures Board is allowed to take away parking without public consultation and without consulting council. They have a blanket mandate to put in bus lanes where they decide. So we're witnessing bike lanes on steroids here as the parking was taken away from all of the 101 Street businesses. I have a slide deck as well, if we might be able to pull that up. So all of these businesses had their parking taken away, and it's been very tough for them. They have been dealing with all of the issues in Chinatown and just surviving, and this was something that came all of a sudden and with no consult. We went to the city, we sent 10 representatives from Chinatown and 101 Street to say, please, can we keep our parking? It's an accessibility issue. The elderly customers, the day-to-day customers, we really need this parking. And they repeated, we don't have to do any consult. They, in fact, told us in person we did not talk to any of the business owners. And the bus lane went through, and it's been a very tough year. Next slide, please. So this is how it was before, back in the good old days, when we had the parking on the street. We had office workers come from downtown. You could have a business meeting. You could enjoy a sit-down meal at the restaurants, visit the restaurants successfully. And to the subject of transit or even the public roadway, it was actually conveniently worked very well. You can see there's a bus driving on there. The street is mostly empty during the day. In fact, people will just be standing in the street. It's that empty. And the no parking limitation was between 7 and 9 and 3:30 to 6. So during the peak hours, there was no parking allowed. So this is a case of if it ain't broke, please don't fix it. So now we have no parking at any times. So this has become very difficult. Next slide, please. So they told us to go park in the alley. This is the alley. The alley also has convenience stores. This is another issue in Chinatown, where convenience stores, they're actually the ones selling the meth pipes to a lot of the vagrant homeless. And so they themselves don't care so much about the neighborhood. So we have overflowing garbage bins. And this is on a good day. I mean, I don't know if you've ever done meth, but it makes people go a little bit nuts. They'll start throwing the garbage all around, and the whole street will be covered with garbage, the whole lot. And this is, in fact, on a good day when it wasn't set on fire. And there's a lot of human excrement all around that. Next slide. It's tough. So, in fact, also, the city will plow snow in the alley as well, and pushing the snow drifts into the parking, the few stalls that the businesses still have available. The city's snow gets pushed into there, and then that'll eat up 3-4 more stalls. So then it's like, now you're down to just 2-3 stalls for the businesses. So it gets very tough in the winter. There's a lot of ice there. So then the seniors and the accessibility people, it gets very tough. Even if you were to spend an extra $1,000 every month chipping it all the way down to the asphalt, then you have all the ice in the alley as well. So this has created an impossibility here. Next slide. And then this alley as well has all of the trucking for the businesses, and it's a residential alley. So this is an example where a truck just blocked exit from the parking altogether. So we have a transit priority measures board that is making decisions without council approval, without public consult. They're going rogue. We really need some oversight here, and we need our parking back. Next slide. And lastly, this. To walk around from the back alley to the front, people have to go through crowds of homeless getting harassed, accosted, and also there's a lot of excrement on the ground, and it's not good for the appetite. So we please ask council, the parking coming back will be very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Brandon Cha. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. My name is Brandon Cha. I also go by the artist name Busy Rock. I'm here today as one of many voices that exist in Chinatown, and I'm the director of the Four Guardians of Chinatown mural series project, which you may have come across seeing a white tiger and azure dragon mural in Chinatown. There were long-term projects which involved me engaging closely with neighborhood associations, social agencies, indigenous knowledge keepers, businesses, and residents in Chinatown. From painting portraits of our neighbors at the Bissell Center to advocating the message of Chinatown being a neighborhood of inclusion with shared responsibilities through the Azure Dragon mural, Chinatown, to me, has been a special place where historical experiences of exclusionary legislations paved the way for it to become a space of belonging for immigrant settlers like me, finding a place to belong. I found muralism to be an influential vehicle of high visibility, amplifying and transmitting the often not talked enough topics surrounding Chinatown, and has the power to speak on a municipal, provincial, and even federal level about stories that may not be heard enough. While Chinatown's challenges are multi-layered, today I would like to focus specifically on the long-term continuation of funding avenues such as the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund. First, I would like to acknowledge and thank Council for extending the Vibrancy Fund through 2026. That decision provided stability at a critical time of Chinatown's recovery and growth. As a recipient of the Vibrancy Fund, I, like many other recipients, am very grateful for the support in enabling us to explore long-term engagement work, multi-year project planning that allows for deeper and sustained impact in Chinatown. Beyond my own projects, as a community member attending and enjoying these events, I've observed the range of activations the Vibrancy Fund has enabled. Cleanups, performances, recurring community events, collaborations across organizations. And notably, I've observed it has lowered barriers to participation, allowing a broader cross-section of the community to spotlight blind spots in our community's messaging. For example, during Revita's June edition of Chinatown After Dark, there was a deliberate emphasis on the inclusive space during Pride Month and National Indigenous History Month. not only through programming, but through intentional event design to ensure all community members, including our unhoused neighbors, felt welcomed and safe. That broadened the narrative of who also belongs in Chinatown. Similarly, the upcoming Black Tortoise project, my third installment of the Four Guardians project, will be focusing on grief, inviting the community to gather not only in communal grief, but in shared challenges, addressing the dehumanization of our unhoused, drug users, and elevating the tabooed but universal experience of grief as a bridge to connect us all together. This particular project will hit on how cultural celebration is vital, but creating space to engage the realities affecting the neighborhood is also just as important. The Ma Society has also applied in this year's Vibrancy Fund to support a street festivity centered on spotlighting the often overlooked South Chinatown. Another example of how the Vibrancy Fund enables diverse geographic and narrative representation in Chinatown. These varied approaches contribute to an equitable space for often unheard stories to be told and are the very foundations of Chinatown being built from exclusionary experiences. The Vibrancy Fund has helped create that stability and that allows this range of initiatives to emerge. So based on my observations thus far, I've felt that this funding stream is a need for this community and would be pivotal for the longevity and consistency of such activations and capacity building. As budget decisions are coming up, I respectfully encourage continued investment in the Vibrancy Fund so that the activation ecosystem that we're building can continue to grow in a stable and responsible way. Should there be any questions pertaining to my speech or my observations, I'll be happy to clarify, elaborate, or expand on. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is William Laauo. Please go ahead.
Can I first defer to Andrew? Andrew who?
Yeah, I think as long as others are, so you would want to go Andrew and then you? I'll just check with our middle speaker, who would be before Megan Sang, if that's okay. Okay. So let's go to Andrew first.
Good morning, Executive Committee, Councilors, Administration, and other community members. My name is Andrew Hoy, a co-founder of Chinatown Revita and a volunteer and community organizer in many other initiatives and projects in Chinatown. I am also a member of the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund Advisory Committee. However, all views expressed today are my personal opinions. As someone who has also read and watched the 2023 and 2024 Chinatown strategy updates, along with being in Chinatown for my work and personal life, it has made me realize that since those strategy updates, I keep on yearning for governance to be added back as a pillar of the strategy, and for an organization to steward this governance and community leadership work, one that actively listens and engages with the community, hosts regular town halls, builds capacity, empowers community members to step up and foster community collaboration. Recently, when this item and the documents for this item were made available for the public to read on February 19th, we wanted to get together to explore our accomplishments and some of the challenges we are facing. The Chinatown Capacity Circle, in partnership with Revita, organized a community dialogue on February 23 to create the space for the community to have a conversation around our success, our obstacles, and how we can move forward. We also invited pillar organizations such as the CTC, the CBA, in the BIA-CRE dialogue, and how we can move forward. My apologies. We invited the CTC, the CBA, and the BIA-CRE dialogue and hope that we can find ways to collaborate with them in the future. One of the interesting learnings we had was that during the dialogue, community members brainstormed on actions and priorities in relation to the strategies, and the pillar that had the most sticky notes was the governance and community leadership pillar, which was unfortunately removed back in 2023. Here are a few examples of the actions and priorities that were identified in the sticky notes, and we are proud to share that the Chinatown Capacity Circle is starting to work on this. Media and communication literacy, artist network in Chinatown, structured consultation with the city that is more inclusive, and system mapping. This activity has helped identify and reinforce the idea that there is interest in the community to support the work in Pillar C, Governance and Community Leadership Network. And we hope that organizations that are well-funded and resourced are willing and open to be working with the community in this space. As community members, we're interested in continuing our work in community engagement in a way that is open and invites all. Thank you for taking your time to listen, and I can be reached after for questions or any dialogue.
Thank you very much. And so now we'll head over to William, I believe, correct? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Executive Committee, members of council, friends.
My name is William. I've lived in Chinatown. It's where I spend time with my friends, where I shop, where I host events, where I married my everything, and where I intend to raise my little one. And over recent years, the city's made serious investments in Chinatown. Infrastructure, Vibrancy Fund, Mary Burley Park, Harbin Gate, and those matter. But today I want to speak about something deeper, and that's when the city conducted engagement for the public space management framework. The message from community over 20 groups was clear. We all want to be proud of our neighborhood again. We want vibrancy year-round, not just during major festivals. We want clean sidewalks, welcoming public spaces. We want safety rooted in relationships, not just enforcement. We want smaller societies and quieter voices to have a seat at the table. And these aren't criticisms, they're hopes. And I'm delighted because many of us are choosing to respond to these hopes, not by waiting, but by working. Here's 5 examples. 1, Rovida began and was created because of community cleanups. When cleanups stopped taking place, we restarted them, not as a protest, but because clean sidewalks matter and stewardship builds pride. Second, we first pitched Chinatown After Dark to another Chinatown organization, but when there wasn't interest to take it on, we ran it ourselves as a proof of concept. And now 3 years strong, it now stands on its own feet as one of the most beautiful and meaningful ways to spend a summer evening in our city. 3, when housing conversations weren't happening in Chinatown, we started the Chinatown Housing Initiative. We secured funding, and this year we'll be engaging in multiple languages and across generations to explore how housing can strengthen South Chinatown without becoming a destabilizing force. 4, in the recent municipal election, we felt it was important to have those hoping to be mayor make public commitments to Chinatown, and we worked with willing partners to host a Chinatown Mayoral Forum, one that former Mayor Bill Smith said was the best he's ever seen. And 5, Andrew just mentioned that we recently partnered with the Chinatown Capacity Circle to host a community conversation, and that the topic that generated the most energy was the pillar that was removed from the strategy in 2023. And that tells me something important. Our biggest opportunity in Chinatown isn't just programming, it's capacity. And not just events, but trust. Not just activation, but meaningful collaboration. And I want to be clear, we deeply respect the organizations and elders that have carried Chinatown through difficult decades. The Capacity Circle will work collaboratively, inviting others not just as participants, but as co-organizers and facilitators as the year goes on. But respect doesn't mean passivity. Transformation requires more people stepping up, and we're all doing so. So here's my 3 hopes for Council. 1, continue investing in the vibrancy funding, because consistent activation changes perception and builds pride. 2, support capacity building efforts, facilitated dialogue, multilingual outreach, policy development, the tools that the community has identified as necessary to sustain and grow collaboration. And 3, as you evaluate the public space management framework, consider how community-led stewardship can be a part of the long-term solution. We at Rovida have an ambition to play a larger role within the framework by expanding our cleanups. Because compared to any other contracted cleaning service, we'll do more than just clean. We offer street stewardship, community ownership, community accountability. And when neighbors pick up litter together, we don't just remove debris, we build belonging. So we'd love to work with administration to see how we can have this make sense for the city in the upcoming budget. And in closing, I hope we measure success not only in dollars spent or events delivered, but in whether more people feel ownership, agency, and belonging in Chinatown. Because the true test of transformation is this. When somebody bends down to pick up litter, when a senior feels safe to hang out, when a business chooses to have their staff naloxone trained, when a smaller society feels heard, when diversity of voices are celebrated, when a young person chooses to stay and lead, that's when you know transformation's real. So we're not asking you to save Chinatown. We're showing that Chinatown is already stepping up. Invest in that, partner with that, walk with that. Because one day in the very near future, I'm going to walk these streets with my little girl, and when she asks me what Chinatown is, I don't want to say that it was something we once had. I want to say this is ours and we built it together. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next is Megan Sang. Please go ahead.
Hello, members of council. My name is Megan Sang. I work as an accountant in the downtown core. I'm very much known in the office for dragging my coworkers to Chinatown at lunchtime, so I'm in this area a lot. Since I was 12, I've been volunteering with multiple community groups, including the Edmonton Chinese Bilingual Education Association and the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta. I've been largely involved in the community through martial arts, from performing, teaching, and competing internationally in Kung Fu and Wushu, so much of my life revolves around this community. As most of us know, Chinatown has had its ups and downs in the last few years, and community work is often draining, especially when there are so many factors that seem outside of our control. Despite this, what inspires me to keep coming out is when I see other people around me stepping up and leading the charge towards a vision of a vibrant and bustling Chinatown that so many of us share. I'd like to first recognize and highlight many of the organizations doing the work to bring people to the area and making it a more accessible and welcoming place. So groups like Revita organizing Chinatown After Dark, which has been getting widespread attention to the point where restaurant lines have been spilling out to the streets, which is amazing to see. And the Ma Society running Mahjong nights twice a month. I attend these very often, but I will admit, when I go, I rarely play because I'm usually in the back chatting and gossiping with the aunties and uncles in the back. But I think that just speaks to the great community that these folks have created. There's also Together Chinatown Arts Festival and Chinatown Dining Week, and I've been hosting a monthly drawing club called Doodle Day in Chinatown. Now, most of these events run with minimal funding compared to more costly events in the community, but they have just as much impact, if not more, based on an apparent need in the community for consistent and recurring events and spaces that allow for community building. As you can see, our Chinatown doesn't lack vibrancy and activation events. We're very good at it. But we do lack shared community governance and a leadership structure where all the diverse voices of Chinatown get to have a say. That being said, through my many involvements in the years, I've noticed a growing desire from individuals to be involved in the conversation around the future of our community. For many issues that have come to light in the media, a common factor for a lot of them is that most of us don't find out about it until after the decision is made. There are certain groups in place whose roles are to facilitate conversation and promote collaboration among the organizations, but I'm not sure if much of that has been happening. And if they are, I'm not sure if they're as effective as they could be in capturing a well-rounded representation of people's voices. The city will often consult organizations such as the CTC, the BIA, and the CBA in regards to Chinatown issues, but I think there are many additional groups, collectives, and people that would like to be involved in this conversation. A good starting point would be to look at the list of organizations that the city reached out to for the Chinatown Public Spaces Framework. We note that the city has acknowledged other groups out there and encourage you to continue with this momentum. There could be a call made out for one representative from each of these organizations to join a new consultation group for future issues. Not every group needs to take part depending on capacity, but I believe giving them the opportunity to have a say will be key. For many of us here, all we want is to see our Chinatown thrive and for the wider Edmonton community to appreciate and treasure this place as much as we do. So, I encourage the city to widen your scope when you're trying to get the community's perspective, to make sure your decisions made for Chinatown reflect more voices in the community. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Next is Sue Ma. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Knack and City Councilors. My name is Sue Ma, and I am the VP of Ma Society of Edmonton and the co-curator of the Journey of the Horse exhibit. I am here to give a voice for South Chinatown. Under the Edmonton Chinatown Strategy's Pillar C, celebrating Chinatown as a cultural destination, we are the prime example of heritage and culture. We were the original Chinatown before Canada Place was built in the 1980s. Chinese businesses thrived in this part of town. Although the majority of businesses moved to North Chinatown, South Chinatown is still home to many of the Chinese associations and societies that have been in existence in Edmonton since the early 1900s. The Ma Society of Edmonton has a rich history in South Chinatown since its conception in 1917. The Yis, Wongs, Jis, Pons, Toisan, and Kaiping societies, Chinese Freemasons, and Chinese Benevolent Association calls South Chinatown home. The Chinese Multicultural Center and Chinese Elders Mansion and Continuing Care Center is also located within this area. As well, South Chinatown is in close proximity to the Chinese Garden. In the past 2 years, the Ma Society has opened its doors to the community at large and educating the public about the history of the Chinese in Edmonton and Canada through the Journey of the Horse exhibit and hosting monthly Mahjong nights. We have brought in over 2,000 people through our doors and consistently attracting new people to South Chinatown. We are one example of how a society can showcase Chinatown's culture and heritage. I am sure there are other societies and associations within this area that have many stories to share. There have been many great and successful festival days that have been put on by various groups in North Chinatown. With our application to the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund this year, we hope to put on a one-day event in coordination with other societies and associations that will have cultural performers, workshops, and a market to showcase South Chinatown's rich history. But we also want to continue to bring people into the area by holding different cultural workshops throughout the year. And that can only happen with funding and support from the city. This is why the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund needs to continue being provided and shared amongst the amazing people and groups that are trying to revitalize Chinatown. With the new Harbin Gate set to welcome the city into Edmonton's Chinatown, it is of utmost importance for the city to invest and provide incentives to new businesses and ventures in South Chinatown. Business investments will help fulfill Pillar B of Chinatown's strategy plan. Without thriving businesses in both North and South Chinatown, our Chinese culture and heritage cannot thrive. But most of all, our history here in Edmonton will be forgotten. The people of Chinatown have fought to establish a community here. People like my grandfather who came here in 1914. We cannot allow Edmonton's Chinatown to be erased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Gabby Mukyper. Sorry.
All good. It's Mukyper.
Mukyper.
Yeah.
Mukyper. Sorry.
All good. Good morning, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Gabby Mukyper. I am a filmmaker, but I'm here today as a volunteer and firm believer in Chinatown's future. While I don't hold an official title, my heart and my time are rooted here. You can often find me at the Moss Society, working with the Revita team, or supporting projects like the Four Guardians. I'm here today to focus on the one thing that makes our collective work possible, the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund. I'm grateful to the Council for extending the fund through 2026. However, as we look towards the next budget cycle, I must stress that this fund isn't just nice to have, it is an essential pillar of Chinatown's survival. As a volunteer, I see a side of Chinatown that doesn't always make it into the official reports. Currently, I'm working with my film team alongside the Ma Society to film Mahjong, an upcoming short film about the deep connection to community and the intergenerational love of playing Mahjong. The Vibrancy Fund is unique because it empowers legacy organizations to revitalize their specific blocks in ways that rigid citywide grants cannot. It allows for intentional design, the kind that transforms a quiet room or a sidewalk into a place of genuine human connection. However, while volunteering and my progress and making progress on this film, it's highlighted a significant gap. While the Vibrancy Fund is the social glue that keeps our neighborhood running, we are often forced to stretch it to cover artistic endeavors because our other avenues don't exist for us. I want to explicitly state that while the Vibrancy Fund is vital, we also need dedicated funding avenues focused on cultural arts and media that are separate from it. Stories deserve their own stable support. We shouldn't have to choose between basic neighborhood vibrancy and the presentation of our cultural arts. The city's report already identifies the need to document heritage and support local artists. I want to explicitly propose that the city explore a separate, dedicated arts and culture fund for Chinatown. By establishing a separate arts and culture fund, we can actually deliver on multiple action items in Pillar C without pulling resources away from the Vibrancy Fund's daily logistics. There's a misconception that other funding streams cover these needs, but many community initiatives, such as a small street-side performance, a collaborative night market, or a local film, fall through the cracks of traditional mandates. We cannot build a maturing ecosystem if we are constantly worried about which box we fit into or when funding will disappear. To keep the momentum of the current projects, we need to know that the city is a long-term partner in both our vibrancy and our creativity. I urge you to continue investing in the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund, while also considering how we can better support Chinatown-specific artistic contributions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And finally, we have Joanna Wong as our last speaker. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor, Executive Council. My name is Joanna Wong, and I sit as a secretary on the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative. My family has also owned a business and property owner in Chinatown, South Chinatown, for the last 30 years, since 1987. And I'm also a pharmacist in the community since 1991 graduation, and I serve the seniors community. I'm talking on behalf of the rebuilding of the Chinatown Gate. Okay. For the Edmonton Chinese community, rebuilding the gate is an act of recognition, cultural respect, and cultural dignity. This project represents a promise.
Would you be able to move just a little closer to your microphone? We'll freeze your time for a few seconds. Just a few people having difficulty. Thank you.
The project represents a promise that the city would replace what was taken away from the community and lost when the original gate was taken down. It honors the contribution of Chinese Canadians and Chinese Edmontonians to the city's social, cultural, and economic fabric while affirming Chinatown as a place that belongs to all Edmontonian. Material are not simply technical decisions. They communicate permanence, respect, and cultural dignity. This is not a temporary installation. It is a civic landmark that will be up for at least 75 to 100 years, we hope. This project carries deep emotional meaning, especially for seniors and non-time business owners. People are speaking up not to be difficult, but because this isn't just public art, it's civic heritage. Authenticity in design and material is essential. Chinatown gates are not just decorative facades. They are symbolic structure traditionally built with materials that convey permanence, respect, and cultural integrity, such as stone, brick, wood, glazed tile, or cast concrete. In Chinese architectural tradition, materiality matters. Weight, balance, and permanence contribute to meaning and to the proper feng shui. The flow of qi and the relationship between structure and ground and a sense of solidarity all carry symbolic importance. Light-weighted synthetic materials such as polystyrene undermine this significance. The use of this petroleum-based non-biodegradable synthetic material raises environmental concerns and sends a conflicting message for a project intended to symbolize long-term responsibility and stewardship. One of the key concerns from community members is transparency around material and finishes. We still have not seen the actual material being proposed or the final color selections. When unconventional materials are being considered for such a cultural significant structure, people want to see them, to touch them, to understand them before decisions and tenders are finalized. Chinatown gates throughout China across North America rely on proven time-tested material and proportion. There is no technical or cultural justification for substituting them with lightweight synthetic alternative without meaningful cultural consultation. Proven design and construction methods already exist across China and North America, offering time-tested precedents that do not require compromise. Rebuilding the Chinatown gate with cultural appropriate and durable and environmentally responsible material ensure that it will stand as a lasting civic promise, not just a visual maker but a living landmark. It represents welcome, pride, resilience, and belonging, and reflects Edmonton's commitment to cultural heritage, authenticity, and a vibrant and inclusive future for Chinatown. The goal is alignment, ensuring that the gate reflects cultural authenticity and protects the reputation of both Chinatown and the city. We're continuing the dialogue, and we hope the project leadership fully recognize the cultural weight of this structure and approaches it with the level of care and respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our speakers. And now we'll move on to questions of our speakers. This was selected by Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang, do you have questions for our speakers?
Sure. Thank you all very much for coming forward. Of course, it's great to see a very diverse set of voices sharing different perspectives. Perhaps, maybe Joanna, I'll start with you since you're the last speaker. So this project, the material procurement, you're not quite there yet, correct?
I'm sorry?
The procurement of the material for the gate is not quite there yet, and you're just stressing it's really important to procure the right material.
Yes, so I was at the last consultation meeting with Dialogue. The material, and it was the same consultation about 6 months ago.
Okay.
So they give you a picture, board pictures, along with a 3D rendition, a small 3D rendition, plastic rendition of the gate. They tell us what the material is, but nobody had brought that material forward. And our biggest concern is the use of polystyrene in the procurement process. And we were told that all the material has been tendered already, but the community have not seen any of that material or any coloring or how they would be using the material.
We'll probably have some questions from administration later. And then Rishwan, I wanted to touch base on the 101 Street issue. Are you aware of a 6-month review that the city is undergoing with that particular?
Yeah, we've been told that there's a review, and we want to really pressured the urgency. The businesses are suffering right now, and Tan has been there for 40 years. So it got forced through, and we're surviving, we're toughing through along with the city, and we hope we can win together.
Okay, we'll probably have some questions for administration around that as well. And for those of you who came forward to speak on the Vibrancy Fund, you know, Stu, I hear you say, and I know you've been applying for the exhibition, which is a sort of a long-term, stays there, versus the one you're talking about now, which is a one-off. You know, Brendan, murals stay forever, but no, it culminates into these one-off events. And in the report, it does talk about sort of, you know, can we stop funding one-off or fund less of the one-off things, but rather the things that will stay in the community on a consistent basis. Just wanted to hear from you thoughts around that.
Yeah, I'll answer that question. Great question. For murals specifically, and I can only speak on that part, is that there is that permanent installation. So while there is a one-off event, the permanent installation remains there, and that's the impact. When we present these projects, we're talking about the impacts that the mural has as it stands there, and specifically for my projects, there's a QR code where there's an interactive digital activations within that too. For example, the Azure Dragon currently now is in the production of an AR augmented reality.
Okay. So you have aspects to your project that can be ongoing.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Sue, please.
Thank you for that question. Yes, I do agree with having people come in for one day or weekend events, but what the Moss Society has proven is that we need to bring in more people consistently throughout the year, and that is what the Chinatown strategy is all about, in my opinion, is to bring people in consistently throughout the year, not just for one day or for a weekend. And that just brings in, we want to bring the public in, and that's what we're hoping with, if there is the Chinatown strategy, I mean the vibrancy or in a one-off funding, is to continue bringing people in, not just for one day.
So it adds on to sort of the existing efforts that are bringing people in on a consistent basis.
Exactly.
Thank you.
We want to introduce them at the beginning, but we want to continue introducing throughout the year.
Thank you. One more question for William. In attachment 5, there's a lot of like what is currently funding for Chinatown. A lot of it is related to cleanup, needle pickup, litter reduction, graffiti, et cetera, et cetera. I think a lot of that is going to BIA, I think, and there's hiring of social enterprises. You're talking about a new thing, you know, and Center City optimization covers 90% of the BIA boundaries. You know, why a new thing? Is it necessary? Is it redundant?
Well, I think in Chinatown right now, when you see like Jesse's videos and when we go for a walk, there's definitely more demand than there is supply of cleaning right now. So I don't think duplication's an issue. I also fully trust our community to get together and figure out how this should best be managed and served. I just see that the community stewardship piece is one missing piece of the puzzle that I think will add a lot of value.
So are you suggesting that there's perhaps a bit of a rejigging of existing resource then?
Perhaps. I think there's time for that conversation before budget. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all of our speakers for being here. Maybe just to continue on that thread, I had a similar question around what opportunities exist for sort of integrated cleanup and outreach. It sounds like, because it sounds like to William, what you were describing wasn't only cleaning, but also establishing some of those just lines of communication with folks in the community as well. Is that, am I capturing that?
Yeah, I think we'll be very cautious of scope creep as well. Right, we can only do so much. We can only clean so fast if we're doing everything else. But we know that how we've been carrying through our cleanup so far for the past few years is every time we're out there on the streets, where we're actively keeping an eye out for each other, we're interacting with businesses. You know, folks are sharing their appreciation, and we are taking time to engage. So I think there's definitely a value add there in keeping eyes on the street and supporting one another rather than just picking up garbage.
Okay, got it. And I did notice, I think it was in, attachment 4 of the public space management framework, opportunities around cleanliness was fairly high on the prioritization list that was included.
Yeah, it sounds like that's something that we can all agree on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to go to Megan. Really appreciate you just highlighting the broader outreach that happened through the Chinatown Public Spaces framework. I guess I'm just looking for a few more reflections around what that experience was like. It sounded like the city had, I guess, more of a broad-based approach and was able to capture more of the groups that are present in the broader Chinatown community.
So it was quite refreshing to see because in general, a lot of the times, like for example, like for the Chinatown Gates, I feel like I didn't really hear about the news until it was on the newspaper. And by then a lot of decisions were made already, whether it was about the architecture or like the design of the whole gate. So then hearing about how the city had reached out to multiple groups, including like the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta or the Aya Collective, and just trying to broaden their perspective and people reach, that was really refreshing to hear.
Okay, that's really good to hear. And do you feel like that could be kind of the base or almost a starting point for those future conversations?
Definitely. I think because in this case, I believe for most of the groups, they were reached out to separately. But like obviously that takes a lot of time and resources. So if we were to make it more efficient, it could be a newly formed consultation group that is formed with representatives from multiple groups. It doesn't have to, because I believe we have over 70, maybe 80 groups in the community. So it doesn't need to be one from each person or one from each group. But if there was a good representative of more of the active and passionate groups towards the revitalization of Chinatown, I believe a new task force can be created.
Okay, well, I appreciate your thoughts there, and I'll have some questions for city staff and administration on that front. Just coming back to attachment 4, I mean, there's a lot of threads that I could pull on, and likely will with admin, but I wanted to ask about the 97th Street Bridge. I think there was language in here that community groups had identified the 97th Street Bridge overpass as a critical opportunity for transformation from a perceived barrier to a community asset. And I don't know quite who to direct this one to, but yeah, if there is anyone who would like to share some thoughts on that, I will look for an indication. If not, I can direct it to city admin. I will direct it to city admin. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Next is Councillor Elliott. Councillor Elliott. There we are.
Apologies, Mayor. My question is for Ms. Sandy Plum, if she's available. I can't see online.
I'm available.
Who did you, Sandy, you wait until we get to questions of our administration for that. She's part of the delegation.
Oh, my apologies. I thought it was for the other aspect. Well, I can just hold off, Mayor. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you all very much for being here today. Really appreciate both of you being here and all the great work that's happening in the community. And there are, a few points that I'll be raising with administration just to take forward some of the questions and comments shared. I wanted to come back to Megan again. Appreciate your comments around the opportunity for reflect many voices of the community, and you referenced the public spaces framework as sort of being that forum where those other voices. Were those sorts of forums available in other formats, or was that sort of the first time that that range of groups was able to be heard from?
From what I know, and kind of just from my exposure from the community, from knowing a lot of other people and other organizations as well, I think that was one of the more recent times that something like that has occurred. I think essentially if there were more opportunities for like facilitated discussions, especially about like bigger issues in Chinatown, that would be greatly appreciated by community members. But since that hasn't really happened yet, I think like William and Andrew have talked about, there have been new initiatives to start those conversations and spark that collaboration. But because they haven't been there in the past, hopefully we'll see more of that in the future.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. And maybe to William, it's a tension I feel is, I think the city can do a really, really important job of convening and bringing groups together. At the same time, don't sort of want to undermine the community-based initiative. So how do we strike that balance in terms of the role that the city can play? Is there a role, do you think, for the city to bring people together?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the last time I recall the city doing so was the announcement of the Vibrancy Fund. That was hosted in Assist, I think, in 2023. And it's not easy. It's not easy because, it's hard to stay on track. You're going to get comments coming out from left field, and folks are very emotional. But I think the more opportunities we create, but also, like, for those of us that were in the room, the outburst of emotion, I think that's a yearning and a craving for these spaces. And when we don't have those spaces, we end up not having the diverse perspectives being shared, and we're weaker as a community because of that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you again all so much for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Wright? And in case you're wondering, just since some guests might be new, what is that noise you're hearing? It's snow going down on our glass. If it gets too annoying, we'll close the roof, but we try not to close the roof because we all like sunlight, and there's so limited sunlight in this space, especially in winter. So we'll do our best to keep it open unless it becomes super distracting. So, Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know who specifically to address this. Maybe Andrew, I'll ask you, because you talked about the governance structure a little bit. So the Chinatown, is it Transformation Collaborative, the CTC? That isn't all encompassing for all the 70 and 80 groups that Megan was speaking about. Is that right?
I think that would be an accurate assessment for it. Again, the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative was founded in around 2018 to help steward the Chinatown strategy. And I think it's kind of gotten to the point where I think, as Megan is saying, there's like a bit of a yearning for these different collaborations, these different avenues to have spaces where we can like express where we're at, where we can continue going forward.
So do we need to establish a new collaborative or expand the existing that we have? I see Ms. Ma nodding her head. Maybe I'll let you answer that, please.
I mean, I think it's really, at the end of the day, up to the community. Of course, I'm just speaking for myself. I don't think I can give a really firm answer. I think it's just up to the community and the city administration and city council to see what the best solution going forward is for Chinatown. And at the end of the day, I am someone that's very collaborative. I try my best to help try and get collaboration going forward.
Okay. Thank you. And Ms. Ma?
I agree with what Andrew has said, and also with what Megan has said too, in terms of these organizations have been great, but there are smaller societies and associations within the Chinatown community, and having a representative, and not necessarily in every meeting, but it would be great to have it'd be appreciated for the city to have input from all the different types of organizations that make up Chinatown, and not just the major ones.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then there was also been reference made to North and South Chinatown. Where's the cutoff and why the differentiation?
Yeah, so I've just actually discovered this during my research, and I was very naive to it. But when Canada Place had displaced the original Chinatown, and it was, the bridge between 104, that was what I found out was considered North Chinatown, and we are South Chinatown. And in reality, we're actually not even considered the business associated. We're considered the downtown one, but we are greatly ignored because we are in sort of a voided space. But yeah, that's how it was. It's just that bridge has been designated.
That's the dividing line,
Dividing line. I don't think it's official,
okay.
but it's definitely known.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the sense of the community. Okay. I think I had. So a request was made in the presentation that and in the report it talks about an unfunded service package. Others have spoken about other funding for arts and culture and that. Is that then being considered or requested on top of what is being considered in an unfunded service package in the report?
Yeah, I think if we look at the public space management framework, the ask for the micro programming fund would be on top of the vibrancy fund.
Okay, okay. And sorry, what was the amount of that that you were looking for?
I'm going to have to defer to someone with their notes.
Andrew's got it.
So in the public service framework, administration estimates it would be around 400 to 600,000 a year for that micro programming funding.
Okay, perfect. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Just a couple of final questions. Maybe I will start with Megan. I guess one of the things I've been, because I do see the comments around representation of different groups of people is not there, and the participation is not quite as inclusive as it could be. If I think back to the strategy and kind of that attachment around who's leading what, who's accountable for what action, those are the three organizations named in that strategy. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, that makes sense if city's first contact are those three organizations. You know, I guess thoughts around that. And, you know, is it realistic to be that expansive as we did with the public space management framework on all those actions?
I guess I don't have a firm solution or answer to that because that is quite a big question. But based on what we've been seeing in the community with all the new, whether it's new organizations, grassroots organizations, or more established groups coming up, and the new up-and-coming individuals who are passionate about the community, there are indications that the idea of the three main organizations might not reflect everyone's voices anymore, whether that's maybe them needing to step up to facilitate more conversations that do include other groups, or maybe there is a need for another kind of new task force or group that will gather all these voices instead.
Okay. Yeah, I don't love starting new groups, but I take your point around lots of people are raising their hand and wanting to participate. Yes, William?
Yeah, I think that's a good question for administration.
Sure.
As they look at progress in the strategy, I'm sure they've been involved enough to assess capacities and what, you know, is satisfactory progress, and they know there's capacity in communities, so if there's chances to bring in other groups, I think that's their call.
Thanks for that. I'll stay with you just on my final two questions. Just to Councillor Salvador's point earlier about the bridge, I was a bit surprised to see some of the commentary around, let's beautify the bridge and do more things to it. You know, I've known you to have been involved in a lot of the engagement around Chinatown for a very long time. For a long time, I've heard people want to just get rid of the bridge. Is that still a thing? Like, do people still want that bridge gone? Or do we just like try to add more money to beautify it, which comes from where I'm not even sure?
Yeah, I think that the comments you'll hear around beautifying are perhaps where there's a lack of communication within community and where there's assumptions that removal is not happening or not gaining momentum.
Fair enough.
Our community is very adaptive and very resilient, and we'll find ways to make the most out of our assets.
Okay.
But I don't think there's any, no one against the removal.
Okay, Joanna, I see you nodding your head too.
Yes, I think from what we're talking with BIA and our CTC, we are for the removal of the gate of the bridge. Since the bridge is a private-owned property, we're working with whoever owns it to try to get the removal of the bridge. And I think we've already tried beautifying it, and they've tried to put a garden up there. It just becomes a very dangerous place for everybody to go through.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, and I think there's some confusion that I'm hoping to clear up through today's meeting. Finally, one thing you did say, William, that I thought was interesting, I haven't quite heard elaboration, is around the housing engagement. You're engaging with who about housing, and what are you doing about housing?
We're engaged with the Northern Alberta Co-op Housing Association.
Okay, co-ops.
Engaged with Right at Home. But our engagements in the upcoming year will really be around our neighbors in South Chinatown.
So it's about the need for housing in Chinatown, or how do you incentivize housing in Chinatown?
Hopes and desires for housing in Chinatown. Yeah, we didn't want to go into this project with any assumptions, so it's really going to start with community conversations around where we want South Chinatown to go.
Because today we're also going to be having a pretty extensive conversation about housing in downtown, and the premise of that is more local residents helps to stimulate the communities, not just people living elsewhere, coming in, and et cetera, but local resident. Is that the sort of kind of where you're going with these conversations?
Yeah, so maybe it's a good thing that South Chinatown's in downtown.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions were actually just asked. So I do have another question. Is Speaker Jesse Watson still there?
Yes, it's online.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. I just wanted to ask, I heard you say that your concern is that the basics aren't being met and some of things that the city ourselves can do. And then I also heard that your preference is more police presence. Other than those, were you satisfied with how the money is being spent on the spending?
When I asked the city about the basics I witness, the answer was vibrancy. So that's what administration told me is the vibrancy funds are gonna essentially solve it, but they're not. I just don't know. I feel like there's a disconnect between we can give a community money, they can host events, hopefully long term, but if the fundamentals of what a community is built on aren't being managed by a city, I feel like it's never going to be solved. Like operating businesses with boarded up windows, how can you? Some businesses actually just closed this week in Chinatown because of these issues. And so I feel like the city has a duty, right? We have like this basic duty to enforce our own bylaws to make a neighborhood to have them potential it can. Vibrancy will add on to that. But if the city's tripping the vibrancy by undermining these basic services, then the community might never succeed.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I just had some questions for Joanna Wong in regards to the Harbin Gate and the cultural significance of the materials and that. Are you aware? Do you can those materials still be purchased within the budget that we've allotted?
I'm not even sure. The material, like there's not a lot of transparency when where the budget went, and that's we've requested for that. Procurement material, last time I was there, they said everything was tendered, so I'm not even sure where they're at with everything. They told me everything is done and set, and the first time I've seen the polystyrene being used on a gate. And this is not really inventing the wheel. We have like thousands of gates across the world in all sorts of climate. Why are we trying to use something that have not been used before? That was my question.
Okay, and the only thing I can think of maybe for certain materials is because of our climate. So there are gates in China that are in the same sort of climate as ours.
They have gates in Harbin.
Yep.
North all the way south in the hottest country in the world. They have the similar gates that have used with similar materials, architecture that spans smaller than ours, bigger than ours. So it's a gate that's been done before, but not with polystyrene. Nowhere have I seen polystyrene being used on a gate. And we're looking for something a little bit more permanent, 75 to 100 years, that we want to leave there in our community. Polystyrene is a non-biodegradable product, and also withstanding our winter temperatures, really not being tested for this kind of structure.
So it might not be as good, the polystyrene.
They have not brought anything out for us to prove that it is. Right, so all the stuff that's been used before has been tested over time, but we have not even seen or touched any material. We have not seen any colors, only what's on a piece of paper. So we're asking a little bit more transparency, and if this new material is to be used, then let's have a consultation and understand the limitations and why we're using it.
Okay, and I understand. I think we were looking at sort of an installation of that this year, and do you think that we can still, I guess, change up those materials within that time frame to have it completed and installed this year? Again, you haven't seen any of the plans.
I haven't seen the materials, right? So that's why we're quite concerned. I've been on it for the last 3-6 months. I haven't been getting the answers I need here from whoever's in charge.
Okay. I'll ask administration about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And those are all the questions for our panelists. So thank you all for. Sorry?
I got logged out.
Oh, sorry. I missed that. There are more questions. Sorry. Councillor Farmer has questions.
Thank you, everybody, for coming here to speak today. I really appreciate all the effort that's going in for Chinatown. I think one of the things that we talk a lot about kind of the cleanup and what's happening, but I think one of the the concerns that I have is just the elephant in the room is, what's happening in our downtown, the visible challenge of housing and the unhoused in the current sense. So we can talk about all of the solutions from a downstream perspective, but can anybody, what are we doing from are you having conversations with the actual the upstream, what the issues that we're seeing there, it's visible, the garbage is everywhere. And so that's what I'm trying to grapple with right now is from a municipal perspective, what can we do to work with our partners on a provincial level of trying to understand how to work there? And have you guys thought about that too? And I don't know who to direct the question to, so go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great question. The key word of the day is going to be accountability. And we want to work and collaborate in Chinatown with everyone there, and especially the social services. So all of the cleanup that we're doing, and a big part of it, is because of the clientele of the social services, particularly around mealtime. They're served their meals, but then they litter their garbage all around Chinatown. And the social services will say, well, we put our garbage out there, and if the clients don't use it, well, we're not responsible. So this is the upstream issue. We can keep solving problems with our right hand that we're causing with the left. The social services have to be held accountable for the messes that they're causing. A lot of their clientele are heavy drug users, so after they eat, they also vomit all around Chinatown and unfortunately excrete all around Chinatown. So I'm really asking that we hold the social services accountable for their clientele, particularly around mealtime and the disposal of their garbage.
Thank you for that. I think, Joanna.
I think that one other thing the city council can come into it, besides the social agency, is all very compassionate public that are coming down Chinatown to hand out food, to hand out clothing, to hand out furniture. So Chinatown is not a garbage dump, okay? So whoever's coming in to provide food, free food, just a public person coming in to provide free food for the unhoused, they should be accountable for the garbage they leave behind. We see restaurants coming down with a truck full of styrofoam food. It's great they're handing out, but they're not taking responsibility for the garbage that's being left behind. A lot of people bring down bags and bags of clothing for them. And, the bags are just left there. They'll be scrummaged through, and everything else is just left in Chinatown. So the businesses end up having to pick up after all the garbage that's there. People are there coming down. I don't know whether the food is safe for the people that are eating it. There's no public safety there. It's almost like an oversight from all the health inspectors coming through that they're allowed to go in and hand food out to anybody in the public. We all know the food has been temperature safe, or there's no allergies, no nothing. So we're dealing with that all the time, almost every weekend in Chinatown.
Thank you for highlighting that. I think people definitely, there's a lot of empathy there, right? And so people are wanting to help and not really understanding some of the unintended consequences. Speaker William Laauo.
Thanks. Yeah, one of the things that's really telling when we walk the streets and pick up garbage is how many people say thank you, right? Not just the people driving through waving at us, honking their horns, but also unhoused community members that say thank you. They tried to throw away garbage, but the garbage cans are full because there's so much volume. And I think there's been conversations in the past between our Chinatown institutions and Capital City Cleanup, but even higher frequency of pickup of the receptacles on the streets are not enough. So there's a capacity issue there. There is a work in progress with the BIA around coordination of the commercial waste bins, perhaps coming under one service provider for economies of scale and more coordinated pickups. So I'd say there's quite a bit of work underway on the upstream side.
Thank you. I don't have enough time for another question.
Thanks. I might actually ask just one question to Doug Cook, just because I think William Laauo actually just answered the question, but because I actually, from my understanding and engagement with a lot of the agencies that are doing the work there, is the challenge is not that you're not wanting to support and clean up, it's that the garbage cans are full, so you can only do so much if the city's garbage cans aren't being cleared quick enough if the other works. So I just wanted to get your take on some of the commentary we just heard.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for that. I would agree. Yeah, certainly the garbage cans are not regularly on a on a daily basis emptied, and they could be. I think that would be a very positive step forward to manage that. Again, certainly around King Thunderbird, and I could speak about that because that's where I work out of, but we do engage with our hire goods team, and that's a social enterprise that Boyle Street operates, and they are in the community surrounding King Thunderbird picking up garbage daily. So but again, we can take responsibility for our, in and around our own site. It would be challenging, obviously, to reach out further into the community without additional resources.
Yeah, and I think that's a message we've heard from a lot of community members about what else can we do, how can the city better support that. So I just wanted to make sure we've talked through that, because I think there is that desire to do more, but at the end of the day, there's a city resource piece, and we need to answer for that ourselves. And then there's also there will always be an ongoing provincial piece about, are we creating enough permanent housing for folks, so they're not always having to rely on those shelters, which I've gone by many a times late at night and seen the same challenges folks have identified. So thank you. Councillor Wright?
I just removed my name.
Oh, thank you.
Well, okay, I'll put it back on.
Sure, why not?
So, because it is sort of more of the upstream, I guess, conditions that are causing some of these, or resulting in some of these concerns. And I'm just wondering, advocacy to the province, is that something that any of your organizations are doing, or is that something that a more expanded collaborative unit could be doing?
Yeah, that's right. The Chinatown BIA last year sent a letter to the Honorable Minister Mike Ellis, the Minister of Safety for the province of Alberta. So for about 8 months, the Chinatown BIA had to resort to hiring private security to help enforce the incidents that were happening on the street. So there was limited policing at the time, and so eventually even that budget for private security ran out, but the Chinatown BIA collected a myriad of data, itemizing all of the arson, all of the crime, all of the violent incidents, and those have been submitted to the province as well. But we really seek the collaboration of the city to put that positive pressure on the province to enforce safety, safety in our neighborhood.
Okay. Any advocacy to the minister responsible for social services? And I will ask administration on that. Okay, thank you very much. I was going to ask Mr. Cook, would additional resources assist your operations?
Always.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, that we've asked all our questions of our panelists. Thank you all very much. You're welcome to grab your seats back here as committee moves on to questions of our delegation in front of us. And again, this was selected by Councillor Tang. So Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Maybe I'll just close some loop on the ones that came up during speaking. So to administration around, do you have an update on the Harbin Gate? I did notice that it wasn't mentioned a lot in the report, but I know there's a lot of conversations.
Yeah, so the gate was part of the strategy. We refer to it as the Chinatown Gate. It's been lots of conversation with the community. We're working actively with them, and we're sharing information back to them following some recent meetings that we've had, like very recent.
More recent than the workshop Joanna mentioned?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, great, thank you. And then when is the 6 months review for 101 Street coming back?
So there's not a 6-month review, but they're planning, Transportation and IAS is planning to address that on March 23rd at committee. They're bringing back a piece just on the transit priority measures on 101.
Sorry, is that to UP, Urban Planning Committee?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
The committee that's on the 23rd.
Okay, so there'll be a more fulsome discussion at that time. And then is this all being communicated back to the community along that street?
So I'm not sure if they're aware of that piece of it, that it's coming back for discussion at the 23rd. But we have had, and myself personally, have had lots of active engagement on the parking situation, the transit priority lanes, some changes we made to parking in the area to allow for more parking for customers for those businesses. There's been many engagements directly with those businesses right on site.
Okay. Thanks for that. I'm sure others will raise questions. Sandy, you were raising your hand earlier when the bridge came up. Do you want to comment on that?
We do have conversation about that with Qualico.
So is it being removed?
They want to talk to you.
Oh, okay. So
Because that was a land swap many, many years ago with the very previous administration. And that's been an ongoing conversation for years, like who is the beneficiary owner of that thing.
Okay.
And so.
Yeah, okay. So I guess to city administration then, does Qualico own the bridge?
Our position is Qualico owns the bridge.
Okay.
It is not Qualico's position.
Okay. I think it's really important to make sure we're clear on that. Maybe not today, but I hope conversation can happen to clear that up. And I understand in the CRL, there's $1.7 million earmarked for this bridge. Is that the city's funding to demolish it, or is that Qualico's responsibility to use that funding to demolish it?
Okay, so the funding that's earmarked was from the station lands agreement that we funded as part of the CRL for the beautiful park over there and phase 2.
Yep.
The funding is allocated by council at that time for the bridge, not necessarily to demolish.
To do something with it.
To do something with it. In the agreement we have with Station Lands, with Qualico via the Station Lands funding agreement, they have until 2030 to either decide that they do own the bridge and use that money, or then it is released back. So if we engage Qualico in conversations, it would be to see where their flexibility is on that. We don't have, right now, we have a contractual obligation to allow them that time to determine what they want to do with that money. But that money is CRL money, and it is allocated to the bridge specifically.
For them, okay. And to date, it hasn't been touched, correct? Okay.
Yes, it's not been funded. That money is still.
I would love for a resolution sooner than 2030. Okay, I know this has been ongoing for years, so I'll leave it there. Just a question around policing. I don't know if you can speak to this. You know, I see the comments around removal of HSOC, there's less presence. My understanding was that EPS will maintain their deployment of B officers of visible presence. Can you speak to this? Like where is that at? Is that accurate?
I can't speak to EPS's deployment. I'm not sure. We have somebody from bylaw here, Community Safety Liaisons, Chelsea. I don't know if you can speak to that or if we cannot.
I'm Jennifer Flaman, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. As you suggested, we cannot speak to the EPS deployment, but it is our understanding that the BEAT's presence did not shift after the HSOC pilot concluded.
Okay. What about peace officers then? What's their presence like?
Our presence for all of our community standards peace officers in the downtown area is more of a reactive response, given our constrained resources that we have. So we respond
to complaints.
To complaints, exactly.
Okay, fair enough. I guess to administration, thoughts around the cleaning proposals that was discussed earlier. You know, we're doing a lot of deployment of resource in cleaning. Do we need more?
So I think there's more demand. It'd be fair to say there's more demand for those services than we're currently providing. I'm not able to speak to a cost benefit of providing those without more work, but clearly Chinatown needs more attention than it's currently getting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador's next.
Yeah, thank you. Just to build on that, I guess we heard from a number of speakers just about the volume of waste that builds up in the Chinatown area and the frequency of bins being emptied. Can you just, what is the current standard in the area?
The current standard is, sorry,
it's Caitlin Zarabesky from Parks and Road Services. So the current standard right now for on-street garbage can pickup is from transit perspective for any transit stations is weekly. Waste bins on the roadway are daily.
Okay, so daily. I guess we're still, despite that, still hearing concerns. Are there other opportunities to look at how we may better support the community?
So there is the Capital City Cleanup Grant that can be done through volunteer groups. They can access that funds through community, through the Center City Optimization. We do daily litter pickup as well as the garbage can cleanup in that area through our partners in FMS. So we are fully optimizing the resources we have with the available resourcing and funding that we do have available to us. The demand, as was mentioned, is far greater than what we're resourced for.
Right. Okay. So just recognizing how high that demand is, again, referencing back to attachment 4 and some of the high priorities in the What We Heard report. Obviously, cleaning is up there, and there were some costs and budget projections associated with some enhanced options. It sounds like. But then we're also hearing an opportunity to be able to leverage community capacity to do some of that cleanup work. So we're just trying to understand how that's being discussed. And how we can leverage some of the community support to be able to lead some of those initiatives.
So we haven't had a direct ask from the community to do that work yet. We talked to them and we engaged with the community on the Public Spaces Open Framework, but we did not get a direct ask for any funding or collaborate on that directly until today.
Okay, so if there's interest in advancing those conversations, that might be something that maybe we could direct that to say, go back and have some of those conversations about a more intentional cleanup program.
Yep.
Yeah? Okay, great. And then I wanted to loop back to just the comments around inclusive representation, making sure that some of the newer organizations that are now present in the Chinatown community are also part of the conversations that are happening. And I think the public spaces management framework was a good example of administration kind of broadening that base and bringing more folks in. How do we make sure that those voices are part of the conversations going forward?
I think we build on what we've done so far with using that public spaces framework as the starting point. So we invited 23 groups, 19 participated. I think we continue to engage those 19, and we look for, and when we hear of new groups forming, and we continue to include them. We also take direction from those groups about who should be involved and maybe wasn't in the group. So we just continue to build on what we've done recently to broaden all the engagement in the community.
Right. Okay. And how is administration, just from, from an outreach perspective, obviously there's the 3 organizations that are named in the strategy, but then there's the broader community. What does that flow of communication look like? Is it direct outreach that's happening from administration, or does it flow through? I'm trying to understand that.
It does. So we did some of both on the public spaces. So we did direct communication. We have a Chinatown newsletter that has a lot of subscriptions in the community. And we mentioned all of the activities that the city is planning on engagement in there. We also use social media through our comms department. And we also talk to those 3 organizations as sort of lead organizations. They also know players. But we also engage directly with some of the social agencies and whatnot. And word of mouth plays a role, who should be involved. When we go to community meetings, they'll bring other folks. We talk to those folks. So it's a combination of all of those things that we use to make sure we're not leaving anybody behind. Sometimes folks get missed, but we try our very best to make sure that we're including everybody that has a voice.
For sure. And it's interesting because it's an evolving landscape, right? And as new folks express that interest, or start organizations or agencies, being able to just stay on top of that so that we're not missing some important voices. So I may come back. I don't have time for another one. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
No, thank you, Mayor. This is my questions are going to be either for Sandy or administration. So I'll just ask the questions, I guess. Right now, I know there was $480,000 invested in 14 projects. Were any of those and any of that funding, is that for business grants or is it only for the investment projects?
So in the most recent iteration, we supported some business activities. They weren't direct investments in business in the 2025 program. In the 2024 program, there was some direct business investments, and one of which we highlighted in our slide package. That was from 2023, actually, but we highlighted in our slide package. So it's a mix. We let the advisory committee make the decisions on and debate who should get funding, and it changes every year. So it's sort of open-ended. We try to let the community direct where they think the funding should go.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the follow-up question for that is, are there any numbers, regards from admin through Sandy, how many businesses have been recruited and how many currently remain open hypothetically in, say, the past 2 years since the investment has been moving into Chinatown?
That would be definitely a question with the Chinatown BIA. I don't keep the data of that. They have that because they have the daily interaction with it. But there have been like at least about 4 new businesses that came in, legitimate businesses. But as far as pharmacies, there's been quite a large increase. So that itself, probably about 6 or 7 new pharmacies has opened in the last 12 months at least. But again, with the vibrancy funds or the recovery grant, there has been new businesses that we know of. 3 of them came through, and that is the yellow ice cream, little bonbon, Bowen Hair. I think there was one other one. What is it? 101 Bistro. So those are very legitimate businesses that have come in. But the thing is that the Vibrancy Fund itself, I mean, this is our opinion or personal opinion, is that the businesses are that should be partitioned from that, and it's just because the business have coming to us, merchants and shops and landowners and building owners have come to us and, well, can we do something that's just special for them to apply versus the, let's say, cultural arts funding. So that's something that we should look at, what should be in the mix, because it's quite competitive now with a vibrancy grant. Thank you for the ministry. I mean, for the council approving that, and it's been very, very successful. It definitely is successful. It's just that now it's so popular that it's very competitive, and then we're gonna maybe see some really worthy applicants might not be successful. That would be a loss.
So, Sandy, if I understand you, I'm better off asking the BIA to determine how many businesses have opened and or closed? Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Has anyone been able to determine, like, what's the return of investment regarding to the festivals or events? I don't know if that's been measured or not. Has that ever come up in conversation?
So we have a report back that all the funders are required to do. We compile those and publish them to the internet on the city's website. We can share that link. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Sandy, I guess this is a accumulation between CTC and BIA and the others. Have you had any conversations? I know, like, administration can't dictate in regards to what EPS does, but I'd be very interested if the data has been collected over the years to show either like crime and disorder and what a full-time dedicated Chinatown beat team would do to enhance perception and actual safety. Because when I look at a White Avenue can have a full complement to aid in businesses and the community, I look at why can't we have a full-time complement in Chinatown, given that this has been on our radar for years and has been a concern. So I often wonder, have you had any conversations with the EPS? I'm running out of time here, but I can come down for a second round.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott, for that question. We just finished our consultation with the EPS budget for the upcoming budget, and we have been advocating, along with the CBA, the BIA, and all the businesses and property owners in the area, that we do need some kind of a community, EPS community office in there. Presence and visual presence really deter a lot of the criminal activities and deter vandalism.
Thank you very much. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to administration, how do we, I think for me, it's like, how do we know that what we're doing shows the end results of the goal of what we want? We want Chinatown to be vibrant. We want it to, what is the quantitative data, you know, in everything that we're doing? Like, would we know from perception studies or from like from last year compared to this year? Are we doing better, worse, or the same? How do we know?
So quantitatively, each Vibrancy Fund recipient, for example, tells us how many visitors they had, how much money they spent, what their leverage ratio was on that project. That's not always the best measure of vibrancy, the leverage ratio itself, but it tells us an ROI, which is interesting to know. Anecdotally, if you talk to the businesses in the community and whatnot, and they tell you what things worked and what things didn't work, they talk about perception, they talk about perception of safety, they can tell you if they think things are improving or things are not. They're pretty spot on in terms of the trend, like they share similar viewpoints, but we don't do a specific measure of the perception of safety in Chinatown. We do just these things, we do the events, we bring in the vibrancy, we take our lead from, like we have more applicants this year than we had last year for the Vibrancy Fund, which was more than the previous year, so we see ongoing momentum that way. We see lots of interesting projects that come up and ideas, and we see social media reports, but we don't have a quantitative number that says Chinatown is X% perceived more safe than it was last year.
Okay, and from your qualitative feedback with the businesses and with all of the stakeholders you have encountered with, would you say it is better, worse, the same?
I say we're continuing to improve. There's still challenges, but we continue to improve every year. We build on the previous year. There are some projects that are very low dollar that do very big returns, and the community is quite happy with them. We like to see those continue. So, we celebrate our successes, and we take our feedback from the community on which ones struggled and which ones were successes.
Okay, great. And then my question is just around the advocation, or the advocating to the province from an economy, from a safety perspective. We heard the community sent a letter to the minister. From our administration perspective, what are we doing?
So we have advocacy in the Economic Action Plan as one of the things we need to do, an action item. We're working on that, so we're developing that out further and how we can support the community going forward with those advocacy efforts.
So there's nothing formalized. Like I think back to when the Chinatown murders happened, and there was an actual, a meeting, a combined meeting with the city and the province and all of the stakeholders. We haven't had anything like that come up recently, like that type of meeting again.
Not dedicated to Chinatown, no.
So, Councillor Parmar, when you look at the Chinatown strategy, Action 1 is really around that advocacy piece you're talking about, and the lead that we've identified as a group has been our community partners. So they really help us define where we focus our efforts on, and so should this be an area that the city needs to be doing differently, looking at differently, focusing on differently, we would really take that advice from our partners and then bring that into action. To date, again, you've mentioned we haven't had significant incidents, thankfully, but should our partners want to go down this route in a more significant way, we'd be open to that conversation.
Yeah, I think it's something that I would like to think about, just because as we look at like the videos from Speaker Watson, like we all can see it when we're in Chinatown, right? Like we were doing all of these things, but I feel like we are missing like the emergency that's kind of happening in this area. And yes, we're doing all of the things that we can do, but I think that, as you mentioned, like bringing people together and everybody rallying towards one thing is something that I feel is missing maybe right now, to get to that end goal of, because we're all trying to do our parts, and it's not really moving the needle as much as I think we would like to see from year to year. I think all the great work that's been done from the Vibrancy Fund, we've heard from the recipients and people that are in Chinatown that these things are great, but we really need to look at like the core issue of this. And so I think that I'll take that away too, of what we can do.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. A number of pieces to pick up on. Maybe I'll just start with the CTC. Thanks for being part of this today and sharing some of the information that you did in over the past year. So something I really noticed was that cross promotional efforts, taking Chinatown to other parts of the city, which has been really neat to see. Something that we've talked about in the past is just around growing the membership. Just wondering if you have any updates on membership.
We've grown our membership. The thing is that once you become a full-time member, you have to do a lot of work and advocacy, because there's no salary, no honorarium in it. But we do have 2,000 plus people that are friends of Chinatown. You think about it, everybody got registered with our tours and our other events. They are part of our ecosystem.
Okay, so sorry, so I think that your bylaws, my recollection was there was sort of $100 membership fee, and so there's 2,000 people that have paid the $100 membership
No,
fee?
those are friends of Chinatown.
Friends of Chinatown. Okay, so then just in terms of sort of the strict members, how many there?
Right now, there is 4 legacy members, and then we have 12 full-time voting members.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And then just in terms of, I think what I was understanding from the attachment 2, where you provided all the many activities that were undertaken. I think so CTC is not necessarily giving out grants to the other organizations. Is that correct?
We call it support.
Sponsorship.
Sponsorship, support, collaboration. The thing is that they come up with proposal, we do a presentation, and we look at it, is the outcome and worthiness of the project, and we work with them. Like, we don't just provide some collaboration money, but we actually participate volunteering too.
Okay, so when there's an event, just so I'm understanding, so when there's an event where you are sponsoring, so let's just look at the BIA Lunar New Year Parade. It shows sponsoring of $3,000, and so that's from CTC's budget. You're sponsoring.
Yes,
that
but we
event.
also allocate other in-kind stuff too.
Yes. Okay, that's really helpful to understand. And yeah, I think, just in terms of some of the conversation around convening and bringing groups together, we're sort of hearing that the public spaces framework was a really good opportunity to bring different agencies together. Is that work that CTC has been doing as well in terms of some of that convening with the range of agencies in the area, agencies and organizations?
You bet. We have. I mean, we can't drag administration with us wherever we go, but we have so many opportunities in meeting different organizations, different agencies, different stakeholders in various events that we collaborate or attend, and this is where we have our advocacy working on the items that we talk about: sanitation, security, activation, housing. We've been working hard on all those pillars in the last 2 years, and so we were.
So I'm just mindful of my time. I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
sorry.
So just to understand in terms of like convening a committee on cleanliness, for example. So there is.
That's under the Chinatown Safety Council, which we have another board meeting tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
So the Chinatown Safety Council, that's convened, I think, in partnership with REACH?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you. Thanks for clarifying those pieces. I have I'll switch to administration now, and I'll have to come back for another round. Maybe just to talk about, I believe last year we passed a motion just around collaborating with Hope Mission and the province around decanting some of the shelter capacity. Is that some ongoing work?
I would defer to Ms. Flamen.
Yeah, our conversations continue with the ministry at administrative level, ensuring that the social services and shelter capacity that is offered to the cities in that spirit.
Sorry, that last part?
That our approach continues in that spirit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there are conversations around the province decanting some of that capacity?
No, in that any future and new social services and shelter spaces are brought online in that spirit.
Thank you very much. A few questions from me, and maybe I'll just double check in with Ms. Pond, because I think it was a couple of years ago was the last sort of community walk with Minister Ellis, and I don't know if other ministers joined that, so I don't think so, right? It was just Minister Ellis? Just for those online, nodding heads, yes, just in case, because that way. So when's the last time there's been an invite put out? I'm curious if we need to have that, a little bit to Councillor, one of Councillor Palmer's suggestion. I've been out late at night walking around, curious when the last time we've had, Minister Ellis, Minister Nixon, but also the federal, our federal representation, because there's a component of folks getting released and often getting dropped right into the heart of Chinatown. So do you know the last time we've maybe put out a call from your end? Has there been that call for folks to do
a walk?
Yeah.
Okay. So with the minister, we have not, Minister Ellis, but we did email his office even last year to have a meeting, so we can talk about the items and activities that we can carry out together. We have, because that's part of safety, but that's also connected with ALSS, the ministry, which is Minister Nixon. We would talk about recovery, because after the removal and encampment, we have to deal with the houseless population. So the navigation center has been put in this January, which is a wonderful, initiative. But we need to deal with the recovery part, where people who are now surrounding the epicenter of chaos and disorder in the area of 106th Ave and 98th Street. And our service providers is beyond the capacity to handle the severity of the mental and drug addictions. So we just chat with the Minister, MLA Jackie Lovely, who is now has a portfolio looking after recovery. And so we're going to ask for a meeting with her. We sit down, and we did talk to MP Eleanor Ochevsky just last week. We have a brief meeting, and we talked about some of the safety and issues in the area, plus the type of businesses that are coming in, the predatory businesses. So we're going to have another meeting with her, but that's in our agenda.
Maybe what we'll do, and we'll from our office, we'll circle back with you and see if we can try to get an evening gathering.
Perfect. Thank you.
Out
Thank
there.
you, Mayor.
I think it's important for not just a daytime meeting. I think it's important for everyone to sort of be out there to see it. So, okay, I'll work on that with you. How many garbage cans do we have in and around Chinatown? Do we know approximate number?
We'll look to Caitlin to answer that.
I'll have to get that for you, Mayor.
Okay.
I'll do it back.
You mentioned in your answer earlier that we have weekly pickup of any of the garbage cans at transit, but any of the other ones are picked up daily. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Same company does pick up contracts for those, correct?
Correct.
Is there a reason why those ones then are done weekly versus the other ones being done daily?
Yeah, the transit ones are done through transit specifically. They hold the budget and also dictate the service level for the transit stations.
Okay. When do we review something like that? Because that seems a little inefficient to have two separate groups setting up two separate contracts for garbage pickup on the exact same street.
So I wouldn't say it was two separate contracts. I would say there's two different service levels.
Sure.
And I would take that away and talk with transit about that.
Do we know the cost of our garbage? I remember each time we add a garbage can, I did an inquiry on this a few years ago. It's X number of dollars per garbage can we add. I think it's $550 a month or something like that. That was a few years ago. So do we know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but I can get back to you.
Yeah, I guess I think I'm asking those questions because I think, part of what I want to understand is, the money we're spending on that versus what we've heard from, I think, all of our guests about, if we could pool that money, if it's currently going to a contractor anyways and not a unionized city staff member, maybe that's better to work with the community to say, can we get better bang for that buck? Could we actually have not just a once a day that they're there for 5 minutes picking up the garbage, and instead a presence there that exists throughout the day for maybe actually the same or less amount of money? So do we do that type of analysis?
We currently have a public space litter container strategy and governance project right now that is looking at all of those factors.
Okay, we'll follow up on that and further. Thank you. I'm out of time. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So Ms. Pond, I'm glad to hear that you are, working with the province, with certain ministers about certain things. But is there any advocacy? Because, I mean, you talk about, you know, police presence would help to deter that activity. But if we dealt with some of the other underlying root causes, that would also help deter or avoid any of that activity. So anything with housing, with the ministries or mental health specifically, not just the recovery care model?
Well, with the housing, first of all, we have a vast inventory of land, both in North, well, mainly on South Chinatown. So last year, 2025, we already had the first landlord meeting for both North and South Chinatown, and assisted by the Chinatown BIA. And this year, we're having a second round of network meeting with the existing landlords in the area with the Downtown Business Association. So that's in the works. We'd like to have people that already understand the geography and some of the issues. So with the major property owner, such as like Five Oaks, such as the Sparrow Works along Jasper Avenue, and other entity like E4C who's expanding, building a brand new building, and other private developers, we're working on that. But the thing is that let's use our existing inventory that is there,
Yeah.
and we are promoting mixed housing, like, you know, it's market housing, not just social housing, because we don't want to create an image that Chinatown is all about social housing. And it's not about all luxury condos either, but it's housing for all.
Right.
So we are working on that strategy on housing, and don't worry, by trade, I'm in real estate for 34 years.
You're not afraid to knock on a few doors?
I never neglect that issue. You know, I mean, when I see something, there's an opportunity for everybody. It's very sad that there is such vast inventory of vacant land, and also there's a lot of buildings that are being repurposed for student housing. So we're working with those existing owners. Some of the people have held properties for over 50 years, and they've never had an engagement. We were able to bring them to the table because we are credible. They know who we are, and they know that we're gonna, you know, put out, you know, that we are gonna, we mean what we do.
Okay. Thank you very much then for that. To administration, I'm just trying to see. I'm just wondering, the 1.4 that's been set aside for the bridge, is that only enough for beautification, or would it be enough for demolish? Or deconstruct, I think was a new term that I learned at Infrastructure Committee.
So we don't have a recent budget estimate at all on what it would cost to remove the bridge. The most recent estimate we have was 15 years ago, leads me to believe that will not be enough.
Okay. Unfortunate. And then my other question in regards to the unfunded service package, and any additional unfunded funding that's being requested. I thought we were going to get away from unfunded service packages with our new budget process, that we were going to prioritize requests. Is that not the case?
So what I'll say is we have a motion from council to bring forward an unfunded service package that is noted in the council report. When it comes to process, I'd look to finance to provide the specifics around, so if there's anyone from finance that can comment on that.
Councillor, maybe I'll comment.
Okay,
Kim
thank
up here. So just in general, you know, unfunded service packages are evaluated in the overall budget process, and so that's the approach we take to ensure that we reflect, you know, budget decisions as a whole. Unfunded service packages could go in funded through the administrative review, and then council could decide. But either way, you'll have the service package to evaluate.
Okay, so just because the report now says unfunded, it could prioritize to just be in the regular budget. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is a follow-up to Ms. Flaman. I think a question was raised to you in regards to peace officers. I think you indicated peace officers are reactive instead of proactive. The best of your knowledge, is there any consideration for changing that model because the reactive is always after the fact, and I know that from a proactive model can be very advantageous. Do you know if any consideration has been done?
that consideration would have to be done in concert with a service package. We have a system where 311 is the vehicle through which citizens register their complaints, and we have to respond to them. The way we could be more proactive is if we had more peace officers to deploy.
Okay, thank you. And this is a follow-up to Ms. Pon. Before my last time of questioning ended, I believe you indicated you recently had conversations with EPS. Are you able to elaborate on that by chance?
The police commissioners have asked stakeholders to participate in the budget conversation. So we have indicated to them that we definitely need some kind of additional resources for EPS in the area of Chinatown. It would be detrimental we don't have extra resources because it's detrimental to the businesses because the disorder right now that's happening is by real severe mental illness induced by drug use, and so as CTC is working on the 2026 strategy of the night economy, where we bring back fine dining and night entertainment in all sorts of eatery and facilities in the area, businesses in the area, that is important to making sure that people perceive their safety in the area.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I know we can probably do some follow-up offline, but that's my end of my questions for right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. I know there's a lot to dig into with this report. There's lots of different threads. I do have a number of motions here just to focus on a few key actions. They kind of have different due dates, and they're quite distinct. I guess to the chair, do you prefer if I just kind of put them all on the table? Or?
I'm comfortable with you putting them as a 1, 2, 3. They can each have different
Sure.
dates if members of committee you choose to want to break them out, but that way we can ask questions of them all at once, and it's well within committee's ability to request to divide if you need it. But.
Yeah, I'm very conscious of time and that we still have several pretty big items this afternoon, so just in the interest of time, I'm just going to table the motions now. And I think I also recognize that there's a lot of questions around policing and stuff, and we do have a luncheon today with the police commission that it's another place to have that, get some answers, I guess. So first, I do want to focus on the community cleanup. So I move that administration will work with Chinatown community groups to explore a community cleanup program focused on Chinatown and prepare a report for committee that outlines options for such a program in advance of 2027-2030 budget discussions. This due date will be Q3 2026 Executive Committee. The second one is on the bridge, 97th Street Bridge, that administration work with Qualico and adjacent landowners to prepare options and analysis for the improvement or removal of the 97th Street Bridge, including costs, potential funding sources, legal implications, and other considerations, and return to committee with a report for consideration. Due date Q1 2027, Executive Committee. And the third is this housing conversation, that administration provide a report with options analysis for a housing incentive in the quarters area, including options for funding, and return to committee with a report for consideration, due date Q4 2026 Executive.
Thank you. We'll take that motion, and it's been put up on the screen with the various due dates there. Those are all within, I think none of them have to go to council. This is all within committee's ability. So, Councillor Tang, do you want to introduce those?
Sure, yeah. So like I mentioned, there's a lot, and I have so many more questions. On each attachment, we can, happy to dig into it, but I think some of the key things moving forward, we're not going to be able to address kind of the root cause of a lot of the challenges, and I'm trying to focus on what is within city's control. I will say I think there's a lot of resource dedicated to cleanup in Chinatown, but the volume is high, and I'm also wondering kind of, the pickup frequency that's inconsistent with some of the other areas. Is there some opportunity here to review? I thought the case around community stewardship and ownership of this role was particularly compelling. That's something that, I question if contractors can really truly take on. So this is a exploratory motion. I want administration to have those conversations, with whatever the groups are interested, and kind of look at, are there ways we can explore. I think the bridge conversation has been going on too long, and people just basically assume that's not going to go anywhere, so how can we improve it? I think there's some confusion around ownership. I didn't even realize that there was funding earmarked just for the bridge. I would like to get this conversation going. I think I've heard so much about it the last 4 years, and I'd like to make some progress on this. And then the third piece, given the next item is around an attainable housing program for downtown, and, great that South Chinatown is encompassed in that as CRL boundary. I am thinking about for the rest of the Chinatown if there's an opportunity here. So this, again, is exploratory, but I think if we want to see a neighborhood revitalized, we also really have to consider the residential population, similar case to what we've been saying all along for downtown. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now we'll continue on with questions. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the motions that are on the floor. I think they look fantastic. Just not directly related to the motions. I just had a few lingering questions. So one of the concerns that was flagged through the public space management framework was just around business mix and just concerns over concentration of certain types of businesses, like pharmacies and convenience stores in particular. I'm just looking for a little bit more elaboration on that. Quite frankly, it's something I also hear about as we get a little bit further north into the 118th Avenue district as well. So looking for elaboration, but also looking to administration to see if we've ever done any work in that realm.
So yes, we've done some work in that realm. We've looked at some options. We've explored pathways. Pharmacies are slightly trickier as they're regulated at the provincial level and the College of Pharmacists. The convenience stores, there's ongoing work going right now around what can be done. So the administration is doing some work. I'm not sure when it's coming back, if Jen Flamin or her team knows. But there is work going on around that exact issue.
I'm sorry, I was responding to an email. What did you want me to respond to? My apologies.
Yeah, I was just, in the report it noted some concerns around overconcentration of pharmacies as well as convenience stores, and just how business mix can also influence the vibrancy of an area. And it sounds like there is some work happening around convenience stores in particular.
I don't have that information currently with me. You're not talking about like a bylaw enforcement, like are we...
Well, I think there are multiple potential angles or pathways to be able to approach this kind of challenge, whether it's bylaw enforcement, but also even from a land use perspective as well. I'm just curious what work has been done to date. It's something I'm quite interested in because it's also relevant for some of the areas that I represent. And if work isn't being done, I might want to advance something.
So, Councillor Salvador, I don't believe we have anything from a land use perspective in terms of the zoning, what's permitted, et cetera, within these areas for those types of uses.
Okay, that's something I'm going to follow up on and potentially move something on in the near term. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to work backwards from that. So no land use work on those businesses, but I believe we're doing work on the business licensing and looking at how we can strengthen that as a tool. There's a motion on that?
Yes, I don't have the wording in front of me to remind the specifics of it, but there is work happening there.
Okay, because that might be another approach, just recognizing some of the challenges that we've encountered with land use restrictions in the past. Just want to circle back, Ms. Flamin. So appreciate your comment that sort of new shelter capacity is being looked to be located elsewhere. The motion that we passed specifically talks about decanting capacity from the existing legacy shelters, so both Herb Jameson and Bruce Reith. So again, just want to confirm that administration is having those conversations as directed through the motion.
Yeah, I looked at that motion again. Thank you for reminding me about that. And the direction was that the mayor, on behalf of council, would send a letter to the ministry requesting that the government of Alberta continue to work collaboratively with us and hope to pursue a specific plan to decrease the occupancy size without decreasing Edmonton's overall emergency shelter capacity. And so I will follow up with the team to get a current status on that.
Great, thank you so much. Lightning round, the Chinatown Strategy Report Card, I think that's a really exciting initiative. What's the expected timeline on that?
Imminently
Imminently, great. Okay.
is the easiest answer. Imminently. Yeah.
Okay. Also, I really appreciated the service standard breakdowns that were provided in the report. This is probably for Caitlin. I have a recollection that in 2022, 2023, for some period of time, there was enhanced alleyway cleaning provided in Chinatown through city services. Was that on your radar? Is that something that was part of Center City Optimization?
So their Center City Optimization will go in and do needle cleanup, litter pickup. There has been some work with our partners over in Waste around doing additional pickup or commercial pickups, I think was referenced earlier in the meeting by one of the speakers, but not specifically to isolated alley cleanup necessarily, but Center City will do servicing in there if there's biohazards or cleanup that's required.
Okay, that's helpful. So there's no sort of cleaning schedule for public alleyways at this point?
Not specifically. We will sweep them in the summertime. So we go through on a routed way in the summer through spring sweeping or through the summer sweep program and through demand. We do inspections in the area. So if there is 311 notification sent in or the inspectors who are in the area who do the proactive inspections, they do check those areas. And if there's things that need to be prioritized, they do action those.
Okay, thank you for that. I just want to understand, the report references the potential of funding washroom attendants for the new washrooms at Mary Burley Park.
Yes.
I would have assumed that would have been operating costs of capital, that would be an automatic provision.
So I would defer to PARS on the funding. I believe that's included, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
I'll defer to PARS.
You are correct. That it was part of the OIC, and we do have funding in order to have the washroom attendants in Mary Burley.
Wonderful. Okay, really appreciate that. Also, I think part of this maybe falls within some of the community-based planning, community-based cleanliness that Councillor Tang has captured in her motion. But just wondering if administration has a response or some initial ideas about tools that we could use for, again, this issue of folks coming with donations that, again, maybe aren't properly managed, end up becoming waste in the area. Just wondering if there are public space bylaw measures, education.
So we can reach out to community, engage through the existing groups and the Safety Council and talk to those groups. Probably that's the best first starting point, is for us to go and do that work and talk to them and see what changes can be easily made.
Okay, great. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson, I'm just going to take your last a few seconds. The team has confirmed that administratively they are working with the GOA and HOPE.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion on the floor, please click on. Yeah, speaking to the motion. Yep. It's 11:53, so. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just, you're allowed 5 minutes, but if you don't all take 5 minutes, we can get this done before lunch. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, share my very strong support for these motions. I think they're really excellent and appreciate Councillor Tang bringing them forward. I think what I have come to really value and appreciate and admire about Chinatown is just the passion and the dedication of so many groups. It is easily the most engaged area of the ward that I represent, and I really commend everyone for their efforts and energies to that end. I'm really excited to see the success of the public spaces framework. I think administration has done some really great work there in terms of outreach, of bringing different voices to the table. And I think this could be a really exciting model moving forward. Having the city as stewards and conveners of the strategy, and enabling the phenomenal community groups in all their diversity that they bring. So having the resources out to activate community initiatives, and also, really taking stock of our own levels of service and improving that. Again, I see this as a really important role for the city, again, sort of as that convener, steward of the strategy, getting resources out into the community and ensuring that we're doing our part as a city as well. So thank you again so much to all of our speakers, all of our partners who do such great work, and to our staff who are doing some really excellent work as well. Thank you. And thanks again for the motions.
Thank you very much. I'll quickly offer a few comments before going to Councillor Tang to close. Just wanted to, again, first thank Councillor Tang for the motion. Agree with everything. I'm not going to focus on 2 and 3. I think those are good, and glad to get that report back. Just on 1, and I'm just sort of going to say this out loud as part of our 4-year budget process. I think, this is important for Chinatown, but it's actually important. We need to increase the service standard on all of our main streets, period. We're too low on our main streets. We're not doing a good enough job. We're not in the alleys. We're not doing the work we need to do on a regular basis. That needs to change. In order to change it, let's work with our partners who have just come and said we want to work together. So I have partners in CTC, I have partners from Revita, I have partners from the BIA who want to do that, and I've already started down a path. I've been out with the Revita team numerous times to see on their cleanup, and it's important work. Let's figure out ways to utilize the money we're already spending, which I think is very minimal service standard, and I think we can get a much greater multiplier effect to use that money to help make sure we're taking care and maintaining our main streets. We're focused on Chinatown here today, but I'm going to just say it more broadly. This should apply to our main streets across the city. So looking forward to seeing this conversation as part of our 4-year budget, and the community partners, how they're putting together proposals so that we can activate these spaces and get that full-scale service, not just a cleanup service, but a community building service. So really appreciate the work that's been happening to date in Chinatown. We've been seeing progress. More needs to happen, but it's a testament to the work that has been happening the last few years. Looking forward to ongoing work as we go forward. So since we're short on time, I'll stop there and turn it over to Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, sorry, I was hoping we can wrap it up before earlier, but we weren't able to. This was a pretty big report. There's a lot of elements. We weren't able to touch on all of them, so I just want to maybe highlight kind of what is the intent of what we're trying to highlight here. Through the motions and some of the existing things mentioned already with the Vibrancy Fund, I think city has a role in infrastructure, so capital, which I think is touched on in some of these motions. Incentives, I think housing is a huge gap right now, so I wanted to make sure we close that gap. The vibrancy, which is through the Vibrancy Fund, and then the cleanliness, which I think really affects the look and feel of the streets. So that's kind of the intent of hoping to get some actions out of the coming conversations in the future. What these motions doesn't touch on, I recognize there's some loose ends here around budget conversations. We are redoing our budget process, and I think I'd rather respect that process and kind of resolve that later. It doesn't necessarily touch on the enforcement issues and the social services. A lot of this is outside of our control, and we have other forums like the luncheon I mentioned that we can get some answers and get some actions going, and we're committed to doing that. It doesn't touch on some of the existing conversations around, for example, the Harbin Gate, and whatever comes out of this motion-wise won't necessarily change. I didn't want to intervene with kind of existing conversations. And finally, it doesn't touch on some of the governance and community leadership issues that was raised by the speakers. So these were actually raised a couple years ago when the strategy was changed and that pillar was removed, which I did not support. Things have changed, certainly from the time when I was involved with some of the Chinatown activities as a volunteer to today. I have seen a growth in the interest and community support coming from lots of different corners of the city, which is really encouraging to see. And I think the question is, how do you capitalize on that wave? How do you make sure that everyone's contribution is recognized? How can we get folks together and work more collaboratively? Yes, there may still be some gap, but I guess my hope is that we're not going to resolve that kind of dynamic through motions. No motion's going to do that. I think it takes persistence. and, you know, people continue to come forward, come together to resolve that. So I think I'm going to leave it there. I am very cognizant of what the motions here cover and doesn't cover. But for now, I think this is the best we can focus on, and there's just know that there's still lots of conversations outside of this chamber, outside of this particular item, that we're committed to moving forward on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have a vote.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. We are at noon, so we will be taking our recess until 1:30, at which point we'll be starting with item 7.2. We'll have a presentation, then the speakers, and then 7.3, and then finally 7.5. Thanks, everyone. we'll just do a quick. Tang is probably going to be here in a matter of moments. Councillor Palmer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let's see if we have anyone else. Councillor Stevenson is online, I believe.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Wright also online.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Perfect. So more than enough to start. Let's start with the presentation on 7.2, please. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Executive Committee. My name is Kim Petrin, and I'm the Deputy City Manager. I'm joined here this afternoon with Alyssa LaLiberty, Branch Manager for Economic Investment Services, and Brett Latchford, Director, Strategy, Emerging Economy, to propose an attainable housing incentive, a program which will accelerate development downtown, creating new homes for more residents in our core. Other members of administration are here to answer questions as needed, including the Community Revitalization Levy Team, Assessment and Taxation, Finance, Law, and the Housing Action Team. Next slide. A stronger downtown means a stronger Edmonton. Continued growth in Edmonton's downtown is critical for the city's financial stability and its economic and cultural reputation. Our downtown is our economic, arts, entertainment, innovation, education, and business hub. Downtown is known for many significant assets, including museums, galleries, post-secondary institutes, convention center, businesses and retail, government services, and sports and entertainment facilities that attract events, investments, students, residents, and visitors. Investment in downtown Edmonton creates opportunity for growth and positions the downtown for a successful, attractive place to invest, live, work, and play. Last year, the city created a new downtown action plan, extending the Community Revitalization Levy, opened 3 new downtown parks, and kick-started student housing. Most recently, Council has identified downtown vibrancy, increased residential and employment in nodes and corridors, and continued action on housing options as Council priorities. Today, we're bringing forward projects that invest in downtown's future residents. Next slide. Through all of that work, we heard from Council, industry, and the community that residential growth in particular was identified as the key opportunity for downtown. We have long recognized that downtown's population needs to grow in order to support a 24/7 vibrant community. But at the moment, residential development is challenging due to increased construction costs and financing costs. A development incentive program can be a powerful tool to accelerate residential development when merited by economic conditions. This program will incentivize development while ensuring that attainably priced units are provided. A vibrant downtown is ultimately achieved by having more people downtown on a daily basis, and that includes more residents. Since 2021, we've seen more than 1,100 new residential units completed downtown, with close to 600 currently under construction. More than 90% of these units have received either a direct financial incentive like the 2021 construction grant, supported through the Infill Infrastructure Fund, or indirect incentive such as our newly completed Odeman Park. Also key to creating a thriving downtown is seeing development of many vacant parcels in the neighborhood. When you look at the downtown community revitalization levy area, 21% of the land is vacant and another 13% is significantly underdeveloped. By incentivizing new development, this program will fill in the gaps in the urban fabric and contribute to a complete community. I'll pass to Alyssa.
Next slide, please. This program might seem familiar, as it's embedded in our downtown policy direction to date. Alongside projects like Event Park, it is one of the first new projects to be initiated from the extension to the Downtown Community Revitalization Levy Plan, or the CRL, approved by Council last summer. Some of these program details are also not new, as they are already outlined in significant detail in the CRL plan. This program presented to you today generally aligns with that policy direction to date and builds additional details to enable successful program implementation. The CRL plan contains a series of catalyst projects, investments designed specifically to transform downtown and attract redevelopment. The plan then has the authorization to proceed with those catalyst projects. All of the catalyst projects work together to revitalize downtown and attract private investment. An incentive is just one tool to attract redevelopment.
It has to be coupled with other investments in safety, downtown amenities, and public spaces that bolster demand and make downtown a more attractive place to live. Ultimately, the aim is to nurture a thriving downtown where financial incentives are not needed. As the CRL is approved by Council and the province through a robust and lengthy process, any changes in direction from what's included in the existing CRL plan may require approval from the province and a plan amendment. I'll pass it to Brett.
This program effectively reduces the amount of overall tax to a developer for a residential housing project. For 10 years, they will receive a portion of their property tax returned. The amount returned will depend on their tax increase and the number of units in the building that meet the rental rate requirements. Only new build rental projects would be eligible, and they must include at least 25% attainable units. Eligible projects would be accepted on a first-come, first-served basis up to the recommended initial budget of $30 million. More information on the program details is in the program guide attached to the report, attachment 1. Next slide, please. To explain where the funding comes for this program, I'll review how taxes are collected in the special portion of downtown, the Downtown Community Revitalization Levy area. Within the CRL boundary, taxes are collected a little differently than the rest of the city. Since the creation of the CRL in 2014, all of the tax increases in this area are already redirected to a reserve. This reserve pays off the investments in infrastructure. So any project that impacts the tax in the downtown CRL affects the CRL revenues rather than general revenues. It's also important to note that the CRL boundary does not align with the downtown boundary. So we are working in a more focused area of the downtown, identified by council and the province to need more attention. Only about half of the downtown neighborhood is included in the CRL. Everything south of 100th Ave is excluded, as are several blocks around 101 Street and the commercial core. The CRL also includes small areas of the Central McDougall and Macaulay neighborhoods. Slide, please. Here's an example to illustrate how the city collects taxes through the CRL using a single redevelopment project. On the left, before redevelopment, our empty lot pays taxes to general revenue. This property tax is paid on the assessed value. On the right, after redevelopment, our new building pays significantly more tax as its assessed value has increased. This is known as uplift. The new portion of the tax created goes into the CRL instead of general revenue. This is shown in blue. The original portion of the tax continues to general revenue. The portion collected by the CRL repays the cost of catalyst projects. In this way, all of the investments made in the downtown using the CRL are paid off by the development that's attracted to the area. So there's no direct impact to general revenues. In addition, there's no impact to the property owner. They would pay the same amount of tax overall, regardless of whether they're inside or outside the CRL boundary. The CRL attracts development that would not otherwise happen. For the duration of the CRL, revenues are reinvested in that area. When the CRL expires in 2044, all revenues then go to general revenue, and the entire city benefits from the increased tax base. Slide, please. Using the same example, let's talk about the financial benefits of this program to development. On the left, before redevelopment, the scenario is the same. The property tax is $50,000 for the vacant lot. On the right, after redevelopment, the total property tax is now $450,000. The original $50,000 continues to general revenue. The new revenue, the uplift, is collected by the CRL. However, we receive an application for 30% of the units under the Attainable Housing Program, shown in green. So 30% of that increase is returned to the developer as a rebate, or $120,000. This rebate would continue for a 10-year period. The benefit to developers is in reducing their property taxes for a period of 10 years, which reduces the cost of operating the rental building, making projects more financially viable. Slide, please. Under this program, eligible units must be attainable housing units. In the CRL plan, this is defined as units rented for no more than 30% of the median renter income for Edmonton, as calculated by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. The remaining units in the development would not receive any funding and would not need to meet the program requirements. In this way, developments might have a mix of units or uses that respond to market demand. We've done significant research and analysis to understand how these attainable rental rates align with current market conditions. Based on industry feedback, administration has created separate rent thresholds for units of different sizes. One-bedroom units would continue to be capped at 30% of median renter income. Studio units could be rented for 85% of the value of a one-bedroom. Two-bedroom units would be 125% of a one-bedroom, and units with 3 or more bedrooms would be rented for 140% of a one-bedroom. Based on current downtown rental rates, attainable housing units would require rental rates very close to the current market average. These are not affordable units as defined by the city, but neither are they high-end luxury units. This is an important criteria because it ensures responsible use of city funds to achieve maximum benefit for future downtown residents. However, any agreements requiring maximum rental rates do have impacts to the development industry and the housing market. More details on this are available in attachment 1. Slide, please. This program builds on conversations with industry, of which a full summary of industry feedback is included in attachment 5. We heard that the residential development is currently very challenging to make work financially, primarily due to the sharp rise in construction costs. Since the pandemic, that has outpaced rent growth. A program like this, which reduces property tax, will help make projects more viable by bridging the gap between construction costs and rental rates, and reducing property taxes, which are one of the largest operating costs for a rental property. It will accelerate developments already in the pipeline, but as a temporary program, it may not attract new entrants to downtown over the long term. We also heard that this program won't be enough for all developments currently in the planning phase. As an alternative approach, such as a tax exemption, was mentioned as an option that could be more attractive. Administration has included discussion of a tax exemption in the report, which would offer advantages and disadvantages to the city, but would take approximately 6 months to prepare. Finally, we've heard that an incentive needs to be paired with ongoing commitment to improving our downtown through investments in safety, vibrancy, and quality spaces. I will now turn it back to Alyssa.
Next slide. This program is ultimately about bringing life to our downtown. The numbers will vary based on what mix of low-rise and high-rise we see, and by what proportion of total units end up being attainable. But administration estimates that this $30 million investment would fund between 570 and 850 attainable units. These attainable units will be joined by market units so that, in theory, it could support up to 3,400 total units. That's at least 800, but as many as 4,900 new downtown residents. This program will also leverage private investment and supports construction jobs in our downtown. More downtown residents means more local demand for retail and services, sustaining and enhancing local businesses, which are an essential part of a thriving, vibrant downtown. To ensure transparency for Council, administration will provide reporting on costs and outcomes of this program as part of the annual CRL update report. Next slide. Administration recommends Executive Committee recommend to Council that the program be approved for the following reasons. It aligns with the City Plan, Downtown Plan, CRL Plan, and Downtown Action Plan. It's informed by industry partner engagement. It supports economic development, investment, and community building. It advances downtown vibrancy, safety, and security. In doing so, it isn't just about downtown. It's about a stronger, safer, and more vibrant Edmonton for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we're going to bring our speakers down. We have 4 speakers. Please make your way down. You're all here in person. It's Jason, Brian, Henry, and James. And Jason's number 1, Brian's number 2, Henry's number 3, and James is number 4. So you can see the numbers. James is mixing us up here. He's trying to take number 1 for some reason. There you go, just going for a little stroll around. Get a few extra steps in. I appreciate that. It's good for our health. You've all been here before. Again, you all have 5 minutes, and just keep your eye on the clock. And Jason, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. I think the snow is fully melted above us, so that's really great.
It is.
My name is Jason Svix. I'm the Vice President Strategy and Operations for Build Edmonton Metro. I'm delighted to be here with 2 other representatives who will be speaking on behalf of Build Edmonton Metro. We have Brian Murray, who is with BNA, but also the chair of our Downtown and Major Redevelopment Committee, to speak to sort of the industry engagement that we've had to date with the city, as well as Henry Edgar, who is a member, but also president of Autograph, who's building in the downtown as well as the center city as defined by the city plan. Build Edmonton Metro, if you're not aware, is a not-for-profit organization who represents about 500 members across the entire region, Edmonton and surrounding municipalities. Our members build the homes, the mixed-use spaces, and communities that shape Edmonton's long-term economic strength. And as you've heard from us before, we've been here, it feels like we were just here a year ago, which we were actually, in fact. Downtown prosperity is an important priority for our organization and for our members. We constantly say that a strong downtown benefits the entire city, the entire region, fiscally, socially, and economically. Over the past several years, we've been pleased to support council administration's efforts to find solutions. It's easier to find problems, but harder to find solutions where we're all aligned. And I think we can say with confidence that over the past year, we've muddled through with great success on the Downtown Action Plan, supporting the city and council with endorsing and supporting that, as well as advancing and supporting the extension of the community revitalization levy back in June of last year. The CRL extension to us was a meaningful and strategic step. It not only reinforced the important list of projects that we think will help to create a center of gravity around downtown and also benefiting all other parts of the city, but also included new tools like supporting housing incentives, which we have been advocating for to the province of Alberta in terms of our conversations. And I think that switch with the CRL guidelines to allow for incentives for housing, that's an important change because it recognizes that the private sector must be a critical part of the solution. As you know, and you've said before, government alone cannot revitalize the downtown, but it can create the conditions for investment to move, to be an enabler rather than a roadblock. The CRL bylaw identifies the Attainable Housing Incentive Program as a key tool and sets out a timeline from hopefully now until 2039. And so we're really pleased to see the program that's drafted in front of you today. There's been wonderful progress and great engagement with the City of Edmonton administration to really hear our feedback as well as to make sure that we're aligned. I mean, city building is all about compromises and trade-offs, and I think that what's presented to you today really considers market realities and what our development industry is saying to us at the doorsteps and what in terms of what they can build and what the market can bear. Our message to you today is straightforward. This is an important tool, and we should implement it quickly. Downtown currently contributes approximately 5.2% of Edmonton's property tax base, and in its strongest years, we've been able to say that was closer to 10%. That gap really represents unrealized productivity, and so strategic investment, whether it's public or private, can really help close the gap. And one of the most effective ways to do that, of course, is to rally around improving our residential population base. And so that was a big thing that we've said over the past year, and we're really excited to see that today. As you know, and we'll hear from our colleagues today, more residents mean more street activity, more vibrancy, more support for local businesses and the local economy, stronger assessment growth, as well as longer fiscal sustainability. And that's why we're here today to support and endorse the program as presented. And we're really encouraged by the leadership of administration as well as City Council to put their downtown first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Brian Murray. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Executive Committee. As Jason said, I'm Brian Murray. I'm a partner at B&A Studios and SEMA Plus, and I'm the chair of Build Edmonton Metro's Downtown and Major Redevelopment Committee. I'm also a registered professional planner with experience in both public and private sectors, advancing development in many downtowns across Western Canada. Our studio is located right here along Jasper Avenue, proud downtowner, right here in the heart of our city. Downtown is not just the heart of Edmonton. It's the engine that drives our community, our businesses, education, entertainment, and government activity. When downtown struggles, the entire city feels it. I feel like maybe Jason, Henry, and I have been here many times over the past couple of years saying this. You know, we're encouraged by the alignment between administration, council, and industry in seeking solutions. The Downtown Action Plan, the CRL extension, and now the Attainable Housing Incentive Program all signal serious intent, so congratulations. We appreciate that our industry feedback has been meaningfully incorporated into the draft program. The core objective of this program is to increase the number of residents downtown, ultimately to double the population. That is the right objective. The inclusion of a sliding scale for rental rates reflecting 1, 2, 3-bedroom units is important. It helps us bring in family-oriented housing. It recognizes that diversity of household types are needed in the downtown and better aligns with real market absorption patterns. We are encouraged that the program can be stacked with other existing incentives, including the Downtown Infrastructure Fund and long-standing Brownfield Redevelopment Grant. Layering these tools strengthens the feasibility and reinforces the coordinated public-private approach envisioned under the CRL framework. Speed matters. If we want new housing supply and visible progress, we must prioritize shovel-ready projects. A transparent, first-come, first-served intake model will improve predictability and accelerate construction starts. Projects that break ground quickly generate economic spin-offs, stimulate surrounding investment, and build broader market confidence. Earlier construction directly translates into earlier assessment growth and CRL uplift. The tools are now in place, and the CRL extension provides flexibility. The Attainable Housing Incentive Program is an important mechanism, and we support the program's approval. We look forward to working with you to ensure it delivers measurable near and long-term results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Henry Edgar.
Great. Good afternoon. Jason kindly introduced me, but my name's Henry Edgar. I'm the president of Autograph. We're a local real estate development company with investments and future developments in downtown Edmonton. I also serve on the steering committee of the Downtown Revitalization Coalition, the board of the Downtown Business Association, and Build's Downtown and Major Redevelopment Committee. Needless to say, I'm deeply committed to the success of downtown Edmonton. Today I want to speak directly to the financial realities which underpin this program. At present, downtown residential development face significant headwinds. This includes elevated construction costs, a challenging financial lending environment, and continued safety and security issues. Together, these conditions have significantly compressed margins and eroded project feasibility. In practical terms, it's very, very challenging to proceed with development in our current environment. The Attainable Housing Incentive Program is designed to address that feasibility gap. The program is the result of years of consultation and collaboration with the private sector through multiple iterations of various different grant programs. If Council is seeking accelerated housing delivery within the CRL timeline, early and visible construction starts are critical. Projects that commence quickly generate immediate economic spin-offs, stimulate adjacent investment, and build broader market confidence. The city, province, and federal government has invested billions of dollars into infrastructure around Edmonton and specifically downtown, and what we need now is more people to utilize those public spaces and create vibrancy on the street. We're encouraged by the program's refinement, particularly the clarity around the first-in, first-served structure, which reduces uncertainty. And certainty is critical for our investment, and projects simply won't proceed without it. Financially meaningful incentives materially reduce risk, and the ability to stack this program with other incentives further strengthens feasibility and improves project viability. Edmonton is one of Canada's most affordable major markets, and that's a huge advantage that we have. However, if we're not building new product, vacancy will compress and rents will increase. Simple economics. It takes years to react to market conditions, and if we're not maintaining and increasing our housing stock, our affordability advantage will erode. This program has the appropriate balance between requiring rental rates that are attainable while still allowing for revenue that makes projects feasible. And in essence, it places rent controls on units that qualify for the incentive. If structured appropriately, the program can move projects off the sideline and into active construction. It can convert surface-level parking lots into productive residential buildings. And that's what downtown needs. We need cranes in the sky, we need construction activity, and new residents choosing to live in the core. We are prepared to invest, but investment will follow programs that meaningfully change the financial equation. This initiative aligns with the original intent of the CRL to catalyze transformative private investment. It's an important tool, and it warrants Council's support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, James Robinson, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Knack and City Councilors. Greetings from the 1,200 members of the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. We are here to express strong support for the proposed Attainable Housing Incentive for downtown. The need to populate downtown Edmonton with residents has long been identified as a critical action going back to plans from 1984, 1997. While there have been waves of development activity over the decades, currently there are about 13,000 residents downtown compared to the current target of 24,000 residents. If Edmonton is to meet this target by 2030, a range of tools is required with urgency. A significant residential population provides natural surveillance on the sidewalks, in the parks, in transit stations, and in the pedways, fostering a safer environment. Residents support downtown restaurants, retailers, and entertainment venues. This in turn attracts investment in offices, locating here, and instills positive experiences for their workforce. This is the multiplier effect that will be generated from the housing incentive grant. Downtown developers are supportive of the incentive stacked with other supports, as current economic factors mean that the residential growth will be hindered otherwise. Downtown stakeholders are also supportive as the incentive utilizes the CRL reserve, which in turn fuels self-sustaining momentum. As a member of the Downtown Downtown Revitalization Coalition, the partners are all supportive. Our request is that we ask the city to give urgency to the proposal and approve the grant as proposed. It is important for the city to express positive messages to developers and investors that value their investment that the grant is seeking to leverage. Private funding will flow elsewhere if the city doesn't show its commitment. As a separate initiative, we would ask that City Council request further development of the tax exemption option as an additional tool to incentivize residential growth outside of the downtown CRL boundaries. Some of the downtown is not in the CRL, which doesn't include the City Centre Mall, the BMO site, the quarters, and South Chinatown. Additional tools are critical if Edmonton is to get closer to achieving residential targets for downtown overall. As a 6-month lead time has been identified in preparing this additional report, we would strongly discourage City Council from pausing approval of the attainable housing incentive. Please be sensitive not to set back the positive momentum that has been generated to date through the engagement process. We would ask that the tax exemption option be considered as an additional tool, not as a replacement of what's proposed in this report today. To conclude, we urge the city's approval of the downtown attainable housing incentive for helping to meet residential growth targets. The city's support is foundational and catalytic for the success of the city centre and the long-term prosperity of Edmonton overall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next up will be questions of our speakers. This is selected by Councillor Tang. Do you have questions for our speakers?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and for your patience speaking this afternoon. Maybe I'll just put this question out there. Hear you on, you like the program, you want it to be implemented quickly. There's been lots of engagement on this already. Previously in 2021 with the economic development grant or the construction grants, that was a 5-year exemption program. Parameters here are different. Do you have any thoughts around why didn't we mimic that more? Or should we have? Or are the conditions the same? What changed?
Maybe I'll take a crack at that.
Please.
That program did work, and it did facilitate new development. It was adopted widely. But since that time, construction costs have continued to increase dramatically, 10 to 20% a year in some cases, and rents haven't correlated. Mm-hmm. So rents have stayed relatively flat. And so the problem and the challenges with our ability to underwrite future developments have only increased, and therefore the incentive required to facilitate and encourage new development needed to increase.
Okay, so the conditions now are such that if it were that type of parameter, it would not make business sense for you to build a new building.
Correct.
And, Henry, I think I've heard you talk about, investments and your company's decision to build downtown. Can you talk a little bit more about how this program that we're talking about today helps or doesn't help firm up any kind of investment decisions?
Yeah, I think, I'm glad you asked that question because I wanted to put this in somewhere. Part of what this does is, because it's layered on other grants, is we have to be cognizant of wanting housing and attainable housing and affordable housing, but we don't want that to be a race to the bottom. And so what this allows for is appropriate development. So not only does it help with feasibility, but it helps us put brick on the exterior of a building instead of stucco. It helps improve architecture. It helps improve the type of housing, both from the unit base, but also from, the performa, but also the architecture. So it's really all encompassing. but it's absolutely critical at this point. The developments just aren't making sense, performance aren't making sense, and the amount of risk that we take to embark upon these just needs to have assistance.
Okay.
Can I just add
Sure,
to
yeah.
your question about the Edmonton, or sorry, the economic construction incentive? So I think the report by administration lays out some important lessons learned from that particular project, which I think can serve as a really good comparable. Is that, you know, they earmarked about $22.9 million from the public sector, which then helped to catalyze about $553 million of construction activity, created about 4,000 jobs, and of course helped to catalyze and ensure that the projects could be built. I think there's some great lessons learned from there, and I think even from today's conversation about broader return on investment. So as councillors, as folks who are governing and thinking through, you know, what objectives are these programs helping to actualize? I think for this particular program, in particular, housing starts, the number of residences, construction activity, and also for the CRL being able to replenish those funds through the uplift over time. I think those are important ROI measures to consider, and I think that the Edmonton Economic Construction Incentive provides some really good lessons learned there.
Thank you. Question for you, James. Appreciate your suggestion around the future initiatives for tax exemption. I think about, you know, this current attainable housing program. We just approved the student housing program. You know, a few years ago, we changed the tax subclass for apartment buildings, and that has a significant impact on property taxes. That's a lot. Right? But you're asking for more.
Yeah, so what I would just say is the CRL boundary is very specific. It's a good part of downtown. It's not all part of downtown. And, you know, the city has overall housing targets of 24,000. We need far more than even 24,000. And with this attainable housing incentive, this will get us further, but we all need to do as much as we can to do that foundational work to get more and more people living downtown. And so there's a lot of property in South Chinatown and in the corridors, and, you know,
You're saying the South Chinatown ones, are there those and City Center Mall and BMO, they're not part of the
they're not
downtown
part,
CRL?
the CRL boundary, from what I understand, goes to 97th Street. So
That's not what I understood, but we can maybe clarify that.
clarification would be good. I was looking at the map this morning, and
Sorry, I'm out of
it
time.
has me concerned that
Okay.
we're missing a trick there.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for being here today. So just a few follow-ups. Maybe just to Councillor Tang's point, I know she mentioned a number of the other incentives and programs that we've been pursuing over the last few years. I wanted to ask specifically about the student housing incentive, just to get some perspectives on I guess I'll ask this of administration as well, but what uptake has been like on that front, and maybe a bit of a compare and contrast between the student housing incentive and the opportunity in front of us.
Yeah, so we have been approved for the student housing grant on our proposed development on 106th Street, 102nd Avenue, to build we've been conditionally approved, I should say, to build 150 student housing units. In order for that project to work, we need additional density beyond the 150 units. So, you know, in that example, we're proposing, I think, roughly 280 units, of which 130 may fall under this attainable structure to further support the development and the feasibility of the project.
Okay, so you see them as working together?
I do.
Then. Okay. And then, again, just kind of looking at how we've structured incentive-based programs in the past, my understanding, and maybe just sticking with the student housing incentive, that was based on average monthly rental rates, I believe. And I'm just trying to see, you know, this is structured on having a maximum rent based on a calculation for downtown for our definition of attainable housing. But then I'm also trying to square that with how we've done things in the past with average monthly rental rates. just looking for some thoughts on the different approaches there.
Yeah, sure. So one of the benefits to the student housing grant is that the majority of the funds are provided upfront. So, from a financing perspective, we can utilize that as effectively a contribution towards the equity in the project, which helps kick a project off. The affordability requirement in that program is quite a bit deeper than this, and really it only works because those dollars are coming up front, and really the grant just sort of negates the reduction from market rents. So on its own, it doesn't actually result in a project that could proceed. It needs additional density to help the performa. So, again, I look at this program, really, it was said in the presentation, it's near market rents. I really look at it as rent controls. So I look at it as a way to keep rents at an attainable level for the 10-year period and potentially beyond, as opposed to considering this as an affordable housing, another affordable housing initiative. I think attainable and affordable are defined differently. And so this finds that balance of providing enough financial incentive and revenue for a project to proceed.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks so much for the info.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate all of our speakers. Speaker Edgar, sorry, we're staying with you on this. So I just want to go back again to some of the other tools. So it mentions in the report that industry found that there were a number of advantages to the tax exemption program. Not having to pay and then wait for reimbursement, just greater certainty in terms of qualification. So just want to get your thought on that.
Yeah, I'll defer to admin a bit on some of the rules around how that program would work in terms of who could apply and how and when they could apply. The biggest challenge I saw with that option was the timeline to incorporate an option like that. This program seems to be ready to be implemented immediately, which is very advantageous, obviously, to facilitate housing rapidly, as where I believe that program, and again, I'll defer to admin, would take 6 months or more to present to you and then potentially implement. So I'll let them answer that question. But that was the biggest flake I had.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, we can get some clarity on that. And just want to confirm, so recognizing that a number of projects are sort of stacking different grant programs, is there any risk of cannibalization, for example? Are we going to see a reduction in the number of the student units if this comes forward?
Hard to say. I don't believe so, and I say that because, as I understand, most of the student housing units, within that initial grant have been conditionally approved to developments, and some of those developments are underway. Here's another way to look at it. This grant works today. Part of our performance is always assessing what the rents we can achieve today are and what the potential upside can be. So by doing this, we're giving up on what that upside could be, but we're having a result that works today. There's many developers that would suggest they would rather bet on the upside and may not pursue this, but I can't speak for those groups.
Sure. Well, and so one thing, you touched on, again, sort of the level of the student housing incentive is what enabled those lower rents, the monthly average rental rate. And I'll need to get clarification from administration on this, but as I do the math, for me it seems like this program could end up being a higher benefit than the student housing. So the student housing was $30,000 a door. This, again, sort of using the calculation that's provided in the program, and assuming there's no tax increases, it would be about $26,000 a door. So I'm just struggling with that a little bit.
Yeah, well, first of all, the student housing grant maxes out at 150 units per project. And and as I mentioned before, because the rent requirement is significantly below what a market rent would be, what really makes that program work is the dollars coming up front, right? You've got, in effect, 90% of the grant is provided to you by the time you get to your foundations in excavation. And it's a bit of a mix, right? The attainable housing grant allows you to have a portion of your building at near market rents, which obviously benefits the underlying performance and return.
Okay, yeah, I think that's an interesting nuance between the dollars up front. But again, to clarify, this program is not proposed as dollars up front, correct? It's just as you go. Okay, well, thank you. Thanks very much again for all of you being here today.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
I think I just, if you can clear this up for me. So I think in the report it talks about the attainability standard will allow, in this program, will allow monthly rent of $1,600 or so for a one-bedroom unit. Currently, downtown rental rate for one bedroom is actually below this threshold, at around $1,400. So if we move forward with this, we're building housing that will offer actually higher rent.
I can speak to that
Please,
if you like.
yeah, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Yeah, when I first read that, I was a little confused as well, and then I looked a little closer. So I believe, and again, I'll let admin clarify, but I believe the 1,400 is taking average of all existing rental product, and so there's a lot of old product downtown that may be less expensive. New product in new buildings, the average is higher than what's being proposed. So our buildings, a typical one bedroom, would start at $1,650 and go up from there. So on the lowest floor, it'd be $1,650. By the time you got to the 7th floor or 8th floor, it could be $1,750 or $1,800.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Actually, I will leave it there. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for the four of you, so you're welcome to go grab your seats back up there, and we'll move on to questions of our administration. And again, Councillor Tang selected it, so I'll start with Councillor Tang. If someone else can go, why not? Well, I'll go. Why not? Nobody else is. I'll pull my chair rank once in a while. Sure. So I want to ask that question. Let's just ask essentially what Councillor Tang just asked Mr. Edgar. I wouldn't mind. I saw nodding heads, but I wouldn't mind you explaining that, because I think that's a big question that we have. We are using this word attainable, and the chart seemingly doesn't suggest it's attainable. So help us explain why your view is it is actually attainable.
Yeah, so the explanation given was exactly what we heard from industry and what we built the program to do. So it's because new stock that comes online doesn't rent for the current average market rate. The average market rate downtown includes all kinds of existing stock, older stock, and it doesn't rent for the same price as a new build. So a new build would never rent for that low a price, and so the program is designed to hold the line on new rents, but allow it to be almost at market.
Yeah. So that means the 1970s high rise that has a one bedroom is renting for much less. That's going to be, well, I'm not going to make up a number, but much less than that. And if you're building this, that hopefully also keeps some downward pressure on those older units too, in an ideal world, correct?
Yeah, correct. Increasing supply keeps downward pressure on the whole market, yes.
Yes, or motivates those with an older building to do a renovation and turn it into something more modern if they need to. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I wanted to ask about the student housing piece there. And so I think from the website it shows like we're fully subscribed, but I just want to make sure, can you talk through that? Because I am worried about that. Does this potentially cannibalize? Does this stop somebody from moving forward? Where are we at right now?
So the Downtown Student Housing Incentive Program is fully subscribed pending the final execution of a few agreements. It looks a little bit different from this program because, as a reminder, this is coming from federal dollars, the 15 million, and so there were certain requirements for us to build in the program design to go quickly. So that's why you see the dollars for this program built on the front end in order to enable us to meet those requirements by the federal government. When it comes to cannibalization, the way we built this program and other like programs is you can't use the same incentive for the same unit, but you can use different incentives in the same project. So you could have floors that are student housing, you could have floors that are attainable, you could have market that doesn't have an incentive, and the rationale for that is our development community is closest to the market, and they all have different models in terms of how they build and design and what's going to work for their pro formas. And this gives them the maximum flexibility to make those choices while also meeting some of the goals that the city has in our multiple different programs.
Okay. Is there risk of, and again, I hear the desire, folks want us to move on this. Let's say for the sake of discussion, the council or committee decided not to. Do you get a sense, are there applications on the student housing fund that are essentially holding those dollars in hopes for this getting approved? And if this didn't, does that prevent those from going forward, or do you have a sense of that from what you've seen?
So I'm cautious to predict the future, but I see the question you're asking me and where we're going. So what I would say is all of these incentive programs have the ability to de-risk a project, and so they will go faster. Okay. So the variable that we're most certain around is timing. So these incentives will make these projects go faster, and therefore you will see that development faster, you'll see that impact faster. And so are they holding? Perhaps, but more so this is around I'll go faster if I have that certainty on what this could mean for my project overall.
Because the student housing, they have to have a building permit by November 9th, correct?
Yes.
In a perfect world, if this is approved today, you might start to see some applications sooner than that, so there is I guess what I'm just wanting to make sure, I'm trying to minimize the risk on, is that, what if for some reason, even if we do approve this, something goes wrong in somebody who's trying to access both, and the dollars don't get used in time for the student housing piece?
That, Mayor Knack, that definitely is a risk in the project, and that is also why we are monitoring these projects. What I can tell you is that there's not hundreds here, but there is enough that is a risk that we'll have to keep an eye on.
Okay. All right. I'm out of time. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciated the answers to those questions. I'm going to start with a slightly different one. So we went with the 30 million, and I'm just wondering, that's sort of the bottom range of the amounts that were discussed during the CRL conversation. I think it was 30 to 50, and just wondering why we landed on the 30, and if there's risk going up to the 50.
So we landed on the 30, as you said, it was the bottom range. We're going to bring back annual reports as part of the CRL report every year, examining the program. So that's the initial budget ask. If council directed based on how the program was going to go higher, we could look at that in future years. We think 30 million gets us out the door and gives us a couple years before we run into any budgetary constraints. So,
okay, so you would anticipate several years of runway?
Yes.
Yes, great. Just on the question around using or deciding to not use the average monthly rental rate, I guess I'm just looking for a little bit more information on that. I appreciate the answer that we're talking about new housing stock, and obviously new housing stock is rented for higher rates, but just in terms of that depth of affordability, can you talk about how those conversations went and maybe some of the trade-offs there?
Sure. So initially when the idea for this first came up way before we even got the CRL extension, and the province was talking about including attainable housing in the CRL guidelines to allow us to do this program. It was very clear that they didn't feel, and we didn't feel, that it needed to be an affordable program. It was meant to be attainable to stimulate market rates, or near market. Near market is a term that got bantered around quite a bit. And so there are other programs in place that are for affordable, and they have different requirements and different funding sources, and they run differently, and they have different outcomes that they're trying to achieve. This is about trying to stimulate housing demand downtown, housing supply downtown, in order to stimulate demand and people living downtown. So it's a slightly different outcome that we're looking for. And this program has been designed with that in mind, and the direction that we received from the province and from the development community on what would work to do that. And so there is some rent control in place with this program, but it's not aimed at the affordable housing market.
Councillor Salvador, if I could just add for clarity, it's provided in the CRL plan that council approved that the qualifying units be rented for no more than 30% of the median renter income. So that's in the CRL plan.
Right, and to my understanding, that's fairly firm, right? And the direction that's provided and has been approved in that plan?
That's correct, yeah. The plan is in place.
Okay. I also wanted to ask about just opportunities for exemption-based programs, understanding there might be concerns around any sort of lag time or delays to spool something like that up. Is that also administration's understanding? It would take at least 6 months, I think, is what we heard, to get that?
Yeah, it would take 6 months to develop something to come back with council to review.
Okay. I'll leave it there for now, but might come back. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Tain?
Can you just clarify the boundary issue that was raised?
So the downtown CRL boundary does end at 97th Street?
Yes, and I thought,
The quarters starts at 97
Yep.
and goes into Chinatown South, the quarters area. This is not a program that's in the quarters CRL plan.
no, I understand that, but I feel like the last time we spoke, I thought portions of South Chinatown was part of the CRL.
It is part of a CRL, not the Capital City Downtown CRL.
Okay, thank you for that. Jeez. Okay, and then just remind me, last time in February when we had this meeting, this report was supposed to come, but then you're waiting until this meeting because you were waiting for something from the province. Can you just remind me what that is?
We were just ensuring that there was alignment between what was stated in our CRL plan and the program, the Attainable Housing Program Guide that's an attachment. We just
Okay.
wanted to ensure alignment there.
Just to triple check that they're on board with what is outlined here.
Yes.
And then, on top of all the city offered incentives that was mentioned outside of this program, my understanding is a lot of the industry folks are also accessing a lot of the new programs from the federal Bill Canada Housing, right? I just want to make, are we aligned there in terms of what it means for attainable standards, because I found out recently that we have some very different definitions when it comes to housing.
So there's a lot of different definitions. I'm not familiar with all of the federal programs, but maybe the housing team is, if there's one you wanted to dive in on, and they're here.
I don't have any particular one, but,
Okay.
I just want to make sure that, we're aligned with these different incentive program in terms of common understanding around, you're talking to the province and we have all the same understanding of, the workbook and standards and levels and that
So
kind of stuff.
So we're using CMHC's
Okay.
data to support our program and define attainable housing. That's aligned with MLI Select. And other programs that the federal government runs would be specific to the developer to make sure that they're checking the boxes and all the requirements of the programs based on their individual project.
Okay. I don't know, I see you leaning into your mic. I wasn't sure if you want to weigh in.
Oh, I just, Stuart Carey with the Housing Action Team. The Build Canada Homes is taking a median household income, and so that is comparable in many senses. They also would be something that you would look at from a competitive nature, where depending on what the rental rates are, the more high you will score, and that is pretty typical of most of the federal programs, whether it's the Apartment Construction Loan Program or the MLI Select.
Okay. I recognize this is a very obviously industry-specific program, but in your engagement, did you have any feedback from residents? I'm thinking community leagues and that kind of stuff. And no, are people understanding why we need incentives to stimulate development?
So I think the city plan outlines the targets for the goals, and we engaged on that, and they agreed with that. In terms of specific to this program, no, we didn't engage with community groups like DECL or anything, but we did on the CRL extension, so they were engaged at that point
Okay.
in program design.
Yeah, I understand why you didn't, but I think it would have been, I guess, good to see a bit of that perspective from the community too.
Councillor Tang, Tom Gervin, Director
Sure.
of Downtown Economy. During the development of the Downtown Action Plan, increasing residential population was extremely strongly supported in terms of a catalyst for vibrancy. So that came loud and clear
Okay.
from diverse interested parties.
Okay, fair enough. People didn't care how you get there, but just that we get there.
Correct.
Okay. One thing I was curious about is that since 2021, there's no new development that took place without government incentive. Is that true for Calgary too?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't have that at the top of my head.
Okay, I would love to know. I wanted to ask a question, but I'm not finding it. Oh, yeah. It's okay. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright? Or wait, did it get
Thank
bumped?
you.
Sorry, wait, maybe there was a
Councillor
bumping.
Stevenson's on committee?
Well, no, she's not, but maybe she got bumped. Okay, anyway, she's okay with you going. Go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Okay, I thought she was, okay. I'm just wondering, so somebody that would qualify for this incentive would then could also qualify for the other existing incentives that are out there?
So the program is stackable, but you can't stack this. For example, you can't stack the same unit with this in student housing, but you could stack it with a project-based project incentive. So if there was a project for infill, infrastructure fund or something like that, you could stack it with this. Yeah.
Okay. But with the applications for the student housing incentive, that's been fully subscribed now, has it, or?
Yes, we're still waiting the final signing of a couple of agreements, but yes, fully subscribed.
Okay, so people are already on board with that one, but then they could also add this to it or adjust, okay. And then I'm just wondering so this doesn't include the quarters or the South Chinatown area, right?
Correct.
Was it considered at all to include the quarters CRL?
So we have that body of work that we're looking at the quarters coming out of council direction previously, and also from this morning's debate on Chinatown. We have a motion there to look at a housing program in the quarters. So that work is coming.
I just recall Sandy Pond talking about all the availability for housing in the quarters. So, and then the other thing I'm wondering about, will this increase housing up to 3,400 total units? Looking at the other housing incentive that we had, the Village at Ice District infrastructure project, the term sheet talks about that they'd start building responding to market changes. If we're increasing 3,400 units, then would this reduce that incentive, I guess, for or reduce the amount of market change that Village at Ice District wouldn't have to go ahead?
So we looked at that. We looked very specifically at that, and with the team that's engaged with the Village at Ice District folks, we feel it's very low risk that is a likely outcome. It's not a zero risk, but it's a very low risk.
Okay, but there is the potential there. Okay. I think that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really, really great questions. I'm not sure where to start. Maybe I could just confirm some of the tension, I think, around the median household income. So I'm just looking at the city's monitoring market affordability report, and it highlights different levels of affordability. And so it shows sort of what's affordable for the different income levels. And so it's highlighting, again, this is looking in the moderate income area. The amounts seem to be a bit less than what's being proposed. I guess, are we considering the moderate income the 60 to 79,000?
The moderate income to 60 to 79,000. We're using the median renter income published by CMHC for this program. In terms of the housing market affordability report's income thresholds, I would look to Stu to help me out.
Sure. So that report focuses on the different levels of market affordability, and it shows essentially what the rental burden is, or on the cost of living. Within that, it looks at the average annual income of 66,000, which is that median, and it recognizes that every renter that is able to afford the median rent for all types of market unit would be able to afford rental units at market. They wouldn't be seeking below market at that point.
Okay, because I'm just looking at our housing needs assessment. So I'm just trying to link back, because I think the provisions from the province talks about needing it to address attainable housing and moderate income, our housing needs assessment. And so our housing needs assessment, it shows, you know, there's the 1749 maximum rent for the moderate income households, but the need of 1 bedrooms at that level is 0. So
we're not trying to dictate to the market what they build. They get to determine what they think the market demand is. We've sent caps on studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. The developer gets to pick what that market mix is to fill that.
Through the number.
Yeah.
Okay. And something that I'm noticing, and forgive me, it's entirely possible that I've missed it in the program outline. So in the CRL document that sort of outlined the program, it speaks about prioritization for different factors such as deeper affordability, environmental performance, level of payback. Is that incorporated in this program, or is it again just first come, first serve?
So the way the program is drafted, they have to meet the requirements in the guide, but then it's first come, first serve.
And so what would that mean for a project that is providing a portion of the units at a much deeper subsidy? They wouldn't necessarily get a higher benefit for that.
They would not.
Okay. Okay, and then again, just to test my math, when we look at the sample calculation that's been done, the way I sort of worked it out, I was just trying to, again, get to a comparability with the student housing incentive. So student housing incentive was $30,000 per door. When I'm using the calculation in the program guide, I'm sort of working out that that's about 26,000, just over 26,000 per unit over the 10 years. Is that about right? And again, that's assuming no tax increases over that time.
That sounds about right. I'll just ask my team to confirm your math. But if you have another question, I can come back to that one.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just with the student incentive. So how many projects applied for that, and how many were approved? Like, I'm just trying to understand, did 20 apply and 5 get approved?
I think it was 14. 14 applied and 5 got approved. But there was some like incomplete applications and half applications that they applied, but they didn't meet the minimum thresholds.
Okay, so what about the minimum thresholds?
I want to say 9. 9.
9?
Yeah.
Okay, so 9 applied and 5 were granted.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Any math answers?
It depends on the actual amount of uplift as the program goes, but we've got it at roughly $35K per unit over 10 years, assuming a normal rate of progression in the tax assessment increases. It will depend on how fast taxes go up.
I feel like Councillor Stevenson has another round of questions that she would like to ask, and I don't see anyone else on the board, so let's restart. I might jump in after, but you go ahead, Councillor Stevenson, so you can stick with your train of thought.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's helpful. So 35K over the 10 years. So again, just struggling a little bit with how, you know, it's a higher benefit than the student incentive, but we're seeing a much less affordability or attainability back.
Yeah, I'm not sure, so I can't speak for industry, but based on engagement and what we've heard, I'm not sure the student incentive would have worked if it wasn't the cash up front. So the fact that they're getting it at DP and BP is really a strong piece for the development community, and I think they touched on that. But that's what we've heard. And then this one is more of an incentive, but you don't get it up front. You got to pay it out, and then you get it back. You got to pay it out, and you get it back, and it takes you 10 years. So it's more of an operating incentive rather than a capital infusion up front. So that there's a difference there. And that dynamic changes how the incentive works for each individual developer and their project.
Okay, and we sort of tested that in terms of that savings, like just thinking of it as like how big your mortgage has to be versus what your monthly mortgage payments are. We sort of did that analysis to true that up.
Yeah, I mean, the incentive was outlined in the CRL plan at the rate, so we're sort of boxed in on the rate at 30% of median rent or income. So even if administration thought that it could be slightly less than that, we don't have the ability to go less than that because of the CRL plan.
I see. And what, you know, in preparing the CRL plan, what was sort of the reasoning at the time for taking that approach?
So the reasoning at the time was we were trying to define attainable versus affordable, and we defined attainable using CMHC as a third-party independent thing that we could verify and they would provide data on, and that was what we put in the plan. And the province in the guidelines suggested something like CMHC. They didn't have to tie us to that. We could have used something else, but that's what they suggested in the guidelines, and that's what we ended up using in the plan. And it was very clear from industry at the time that they really liked the inclusion of the CMHC thing because it's something they all understood, they all used, and they could all understand the data source, and they had trust in it.
Okay. And then any thoughts in terms of opportunities to support those projects that have the deeper affordability? So for example, would we ever look at the overall average so that like a deeper subsidized unit, maybe yes, you have a market unit that's above what we consider the attainable rents, but it balances out so that that unit is also getting a benefit?
So we didn't specifically look at that. No, I'm not sure the CRL plan allows us to do that. So like they could definitely come in under the number in the CRL plan. They could come in under the number, but to offset it with another unit somewhere else, I don't think we have the leeway to do that.
Okay, but we could do it in the CRO plan. It does talk about prioritization considerations, which include deeper affordability. So could we just change that it's not first come, first serve, that there is actually a scoring, that projects that score higher become eligible?
We could do a scoring program. We'd have to come back with that. That would take some time.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Only other question I think I have is just around through this program and through however you're doing that, does this create a situation, and I'm not sure it does, but I just want to sort of talk it through and get your initial thought. You know, essentially, if you're creating this attainable piece, does that in turn push up the cost of what would be the market unit to that, you know, they're offsetting? There's a, you know, if you're going to have X amenities or, you know, the right different fixtures, different things like that, how do we look at that?
Well, I think the level of the incentive is designed to keep the rates at that. If that's going to affect the market rates in the rest of the building, I would ask the developers. I would have to go back and ask the developers if that will impact what they charge for the market rates.
Okay. No, I was just curious if we've sort of thought through that or talked to discuss that option. Okay, I think I will. Or did you want to? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll move if that's okay. Yeah, I'll move the recommendation in the report. I won't reread it out there. It's as written in the report. And, oh yeah, I guess I can hang on to the chair because it's committee. So quickly introducing it then. Really appreciate the questions. I think, like, and I hear the tension that Councillor Stevenson in particular is raising. Like, I'm going, you know, I trying to think, like, is there a way to, we want to get the deepest subsidy, and at the same time I'm appreciating that we want different types of housing and different styles, and so I'm hesitant. You know, I was thinking, like, do you send it back to try to find a lower amount? But if you do that, then you're pushing all of this back, and we're missing out on other housing opportunities. And so I think part of what gives me a little bit of comfort here is the conversation around the amount. And I think Councillor Salvador was asking about that. Why 30 million versus not a higher amount? And so to me, I think what gives me comfort is we're starting with a bit of a lower amount that still sounds like it gives us a few years of runway. If we're finding there's a lot of success here, and there's also a lot of success in the student piece, you know, maybe we have that next conversation about what's that next tranche of money to ensure we're trying to meet as many different objectives as possible. And because I think if we're seeing success for both of them, it's really an opportunity to then do a third version that might try to pull the best of both worlds, or it might try to achieve something entirely different. But at the end of the day, I think it's too important to not get moving on this with the fact that we've got opportunities for check-ins to see how it's proceeding. But what we'll do is we'll, of course, go through some questions here if there's any other questions before we speak to it. So that's why I feel comfortable moving this at this point in time. Do you have questions, Councillor Tang? Yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Tang.
One. Or just a couple, sorry. Just on the, Mayor Knack's question right before the motion was tabled. So you're saying you didn't hear that in this current round of engagement with industry folks?
Nobody indicated that the market rate would go up, but we didn't specifically ask them to make this project work, because we don't have a specific project in mind. Would you have to increase the market rates that aren't incentivized in order to make the rest of the project work? We've just left the market rates to be determined by the development community.
Okay. What is the current vacancy rate in downtown? I think that I lost that number.
It's 4 or 5%, I think, not including the new builds that are still filling up.
Right. Is that a healthy vacancy rate? Because, you know, you don't want it to be completely full either.
Yeah, I think that's healthy. It's slightly higher than some other areas of the city.
Yeah. So because newly built units will face strong competition from other parts that generally see lower rent, right?
Yes.
So if that is a trend, I just want to double check. How do we make sure we're not incenting buildings that might not see the success we hope they will?
So there's some element of risk that we will incent the market, and it may oversupply. That's the same risk that the development community is taking when they apply for these projects. And so, you know, they're not going to build it unless they're confident they can fill it. So there still is an element of risk.
And so we hope to de-risk that with public amenities that like the O'Damon Park, like
Correct,
more interventions in public safety, in streetscape.
Yes,
right?
and many of those actions are outlined in the downtown action plan that we attempt to make downtown a desirable community, regardless of whether we've incented supply or not.
Yeah.
And then incenting supply brings more people, more vibrancy, and
Yeah.
hopefully drives
Okay.
up demand even more. Yes.
Okay. I take the point the speakers mentioned about that, and I just didn't want to lose that thread that even though this doesn't directly address some of those issues, but it needs to be in conjunction with all those other pieces. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, questions?
Yeah, just one final
Go
question.
ahead.
Just to be crystal clear on what those future opportunities and checkpoints are going to look like. And I guess what kind of evaluation or program evaluation would be conducted in order to make any sort of adjustments or tweaks going forward, whether that's, you know, incorporating scoring process or just program adaptations.
So we will bring back a report every year as part of the CRL annual update on how this program is going. And if there's things that council would like to see us come out of that we're coming back every year with the data, and we'll report also publicly on the programs where we can and where it's appropriate. So they'll have lots of opportunity for touch points with council on, go more, go faster, go less, reprioritize,
Perfect.
whatever. Yeah.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion, please click on the board. Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Tang.
Maybe just to reinforce Mayor Knack's point earlier about sort of the diversity of housing, I take the point around ensuring Edmonton maintain our affordability advantage. But I also think about like the spectrum of programs we have. The ones that was mentioned for downtown was just a few. And if we want deeper subsidy, I'm like, don't we get into actual affordable housing programs that we do have, AHIP, et cetera. So, I am comfortable with this program. And I also think the point around, do you assess based on criteria? Is it first come, first serve? I understand kind of perhaps there's that equitability lens to this. But I also thought we wanted to kind of incentivize projects that are just ready to go and are perhaps more mature than those at the earlier conceptual stage. So I think overall it's been really interesting reading through the report. I appreciate the thoroughness you had, and even taking the time to make sure we're getting in line or be on the same page with other orders of government. And I hope this will bring online those units sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Well, despite some hard questions, this is something I'm really excited about. Really appreciate the work the administration has done on it and the input from industry partners as well. I agree with the mayor. The opportunity to bring more residents living downtown is too important to slow down at this point. And I think what we have in front of us is a viable and exciting way forward. I appreciate the clarifications from Councillor Salvador as well about the opportunities to tweak and adjust this program moving forward. I think it's a great starting point and can be a nimble tool to help us calibrate what it is we're hoping for. I agree right now, quantity is a huge drive, and this is well set up to support that. And over time, I think we can consider, what are those qualitative pieces that we want to be incorporating more to ensure that there is even more diversity and more guarantee of diversity being provided in the downtown. So really excited to see this go forward, along with the student housing projects that have been committed to. Very, very excited for what this means for the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's nobody else, I'll offer some closing comments. Again, just want to say thanks to the administration for the work on this. Appreciate all that's gone into this, trying to come up with different approaches and recognizing that we're trying to do a variety of different housing options, and it's important. And of course, thanks to our folks from industry and the downtown community who have been continuing to be champions of this work and talking about the importance of bringing folks in. At the end of the day, part of what there's some hesitations around the overall affordability, what I'm actually really excited about is right now that this is a first come, first serve, because at the end of the day, we need units under construction as soon as possible. I'm not going to get into the whole debate, but since taking this role, and especially the last 2 months, I've had a lot of conversations with folks who keep saying, well, all you got to do is bring down the remaining 1,800 people that the city has, and that's going to solve all your problems. And then I ask them, what about after 5 o'clock? And there's no answer, right? Because we all know the answer is we need people living here after 5 p.m. We can't rely on the Oilers to solve our vibrancy challenges. We've got some great arts institutions that are doing a wonderful work. They happen to be in the room as well. So, but we need more people living, and we need downtown. We need them right away. So this grant activates it. If we've got partners ready to build, let's get them building as soon as possible tomorrow. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to talk about the money we need to spend, and again, not to rehash too much of the downtown office discussion, but from a city perspective, there's actually a dollar amount in the millions if we were to do that and bring folks back 5 days a week. Is that money better spent bringing people down 5 days a week instead of 3 from 9 to 5? Or is that money better spent on a program that gets thousands of units built with people living from morning to night? For now, I lean more towards, I want to really focus heavily on getting more people. Some will say it's not a one or the other, but for right now, in a limited financial constraint environment, it is getting more people living downtown, and we got partners ready to go. So let's get that money flowing. Let's get people moving in there. And excited to see what this will produce. We've had great success with our other programs. The student housing initiatives oversubscribed. The funding program that we did during COVID in 2021 resulted in a massive amount of construction in our downtown and outside, just outside the core in that case as well. We know this matters. We know it helps. This is going to help with our affordability, because even though these are attainable funds, this helps put overall pressure on the rental market. This is good. That's good things. That's good to see. It helps with safety and security, because we know that presence of more people across our downtown helps create more eyes on the street, and that helps add to vibrancy. That helps support on the economic development piece the arts organizations, whether it's the Winspear or the Citadel or the art gallery or the museum. More people just living there, those become the spaces where they go to connect, and they go to enjoy their experiences. They get to go to the local restaurants. They can support the retail, because there's a reason City Centre Mall has reached the point that it has. The world changed from the 1980s, from everyone driving downtown to go do their shopping. Now you're going to jump in your car and go to your nearest strip mall or shopping center closer to your home. That's just the reality. And so if we want to help the retail businesses thrive, they need more people living locally, and this is something that will allow them to do that. So very excited about this. I think it's really important for us to get moving on it and to see thousands of more units built as soon as we can. So I'll be supporting this, and look forward to this hopefully getting to council for full support. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. Thank you. We're going to just wait a moment before we start the next item. But the delegation can switch out in the meantime. Okay, I think our room is with the proper delegation here. And so go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Knack, members of Executive Committee. My name is Carolyn Bull. I am a supervisor in the property transaction team within the real estate branch. I have my branch manager, Chris Hodgins, here with me today, as well as Alyssa Liberty, branch manager of Economic Investment Services. Next slide, please. We are here today in response to the motion shown on the screen that was passed September 16th, 2025 in the City Council meeting, with the request for a report outlining risks and benefits for advancing a nominal sale to Applied Pharmaceuticals Innovation, API. Next slide, please. API launched the Canadian Critical Drug Initiative in 2021 with $80.5 million in federal funding. It created Canada's first integrated research, commercialization, and manufacturing cluster. In 2023 and 2024, Executive Committee approved 2 land lease agreements between API and the city within the Edmonton Research Park. The parcels are shown on the slide here. Lot 9 was the first parcel, with Lot 5 as the second parcel.
These agreements are part of the city's biotechnical leasing program and are for 10-year terms for $1 per year. They include a purchase option based on the market value on lease signing. API removed all conditions on the first parcel of land. Their lease commenced July 8th, 2024. Construction completion is anticipated for this year, with the fit-up of the development in 2027. The lease for the second parcel has not commenced, as API has not removed their conditions for the site. Those conditions include confirming of funding, development and building permits, plan approval, and receipt of deposits. API has requested a nominal below market sale of both parcels to assist with the growing financial gap for the development on the first parcel. In September, Council passed the motion to which this report is responding to. API has requested an unconditional purchase to reflect the conditions that were already addressed within the first parcel's lease. There would be no conditions tied to the development of the second parcel. Administration does not typically support nominal below market sales due to the financial sustainability concern related to the practice. The city does not have policy direction that allows administration to advance nominal sales, with the exception of affordable housing developments. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the risks and advantages of moving forward with a nominal below market sale to API. Advantages would include potential tax revenue, demonstration of the city's commitment for high-growth R&D, addition of startup space and specialized equipment within the research park, direct support for the CCDI, which takes advantage of the already committed federal funds. Risks include lack of control over development on the second parcel, no way to prevent a for-profit resale, foregone revenue from the sale proceeds, and equity considerations and precedent setting. Next slide, please. Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions you have following the registered speaker.
Thank you very much, and we will bring down a registered speaker over to spot number 1 there. I think we don't need the clerks to direct them as long as you can find the number 1. You've passed the test. Excellent. Fantastic. Andrew McIsaac, you have, I think you have been here before, but just in case, again, 5 minutes. You'll have 5 minutes whenever you start.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thanks for having me up here, and thank you to administration for all their work on this file. Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation, as many of you know, is a not-for-profit organization. We're focused on growing the life sciences sector and eliminating the barriers to the commercialization of research. We are very closely coordinated with the city economic development organizations and organizations like Edmonton Unlimited, and we work specifically in the sector. API is not operationally funded by any level of government. However, as mentioned by administration, we've received large amounts of funding from the federal government to begin to construct the Canadian Critical Drug Initiative within the Edmonton Research Park. To speak a little bit about the Edmonton Research Park overall, API has been working to develop a life science campus within the park, starting with when we took over the BBDC building, which was held by Explore Edmonton with the dissolution of Edmonton Economic Development Corp. Taking on that building, we've put a lot of money into it to convert it over to be more supportive of the sort of early stage to sort of 30 employee level life science companies that are growing within the Edmonton region. And in addition, some of our technical staff are based within the building there. Looking at the park as a whole, when we saw the vacant lands to the south and as we were developing the CCDI initiative, our plan was to lease lots 6A, 6B, and Lot 5 and consolidate them together to develop an integrated campus that would enable us to support growing companies within the park. Unfortunately, at the time, Lot 5 was still under another potential lessor, and so we had to start with Lot 6A and 6B and consolidated them and began construction on the CCDI CMPC building. The challenge for us as a relatively small not-for-profit undertaking a very large infrastructure build is, there's a large degree of uncertainty. as we've gone through the process of construction, it's also been a period of tremendous inflation and regulatory change. And so we've been looking for options to help ensure we're able to meet the final fit out of the building. A lot of the equipment that's going into the building is coming from Europe. It's arriving every day within the city here. And there's been tremendous excitement about the work we're doing in the park with the building. The land that's right beside the building, our long-term plan has always been to develop that as additional space for additional companies, and we've had a number of companies chomping at the bit to be able to develop within that land. The challenge with the sites and with the biotech business leasing program is the structure is not really set up for us to be able to work with a number of different companies within that lot. Because it's really set up from the terms of a single development that's all planned from the top down. Looking at the resources that we have to commence the fit out of the CMPC, we've been working over the past year and a half to explore a mortgage on that site. The challenge with that is we're building a building that the shell itself only costs about $20 million, but the internals and the equipment are close to another $120 million on top of that. When it comes to a mortgage scenario, it's very challenging to get a large order of funding out of it, and then adding to that is the terms and conditions of the leases that are on the lease. And so our conversations with administration over the past year has focused on how can we come up with terms that maximize the ability for us to finance against the site and also improve the ability for us to have flexibility as we work to provide low or no cost leasing to the adjacent development that we're looking to develop as an integrated life science campus. From our standpoint, we're a not-for-profit that's primary mission is economic development. We are focused in the life sciences and are very well aligned with a lot of the needs of the park and as well serve as the steward, taking on a lot of the responsibilities that were held by EDC, as well as some that are shared with the city itself. And so we're hoping to get a motion from council to go ahead with our proposed terms to enable us to continue to move forward with the development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was selected by Councillor Salvador. Do you have any questions for our speaker? Go ahead.
Sure, yeah, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your patience while we waited to get to this item. I think you answered a number of my questions in your presentation, but maybe just to make sure my understanding is correct, it wasn't necessarily highlighted in the report, but just recognizing API's role in the research park as a whole. I think you described it as sort of the steward of the park and sort of that designated actor. Is that correct? Did I hear that?
So there was a 2-year sort of process that was implemented by Councillor Tang on the future of the park. The result of that was what went to City Council in 2024, which was that API should serve as the steward of the park, be responsible for the park's economic development and redevelopment. Following that, API signed a memo with the Economic Investment Group and Real Estate, sort of delineating the terms of who does what within the park. The restricted covenant that's on the land in the park really sort of focuses on the park authority, which is the role that's responsible for all those types of activities. In terms of the activities that used to be held by EDC, as you can see in that information on the biotech leasing program, most of those responsibilities, except for the development and design considerations, now reside with API in that role.
Right, great, thank you. And then just when it comes to the two parcels, am I understanding that the desire would be a consolidation there? So you described it, I think, as a campus-based approach. Because I initially had questions around would there be value in looking at sort of parcel 1 versus parcel 2 and potentially having different considerations for each of those parcels, but understanding that the intention is a consolidation, that doesn't make as much sense.
Yes, indeed. And across the street is the BBDC building. And we were also working with the biotech leaseholder that's in between the two sites. And so our goal is to really look at this as an integrated campus so that people can move between sites. Even in the design, we've got staff that are in the BBDC building who will be splitting their time with the CMPC site. And so really looking at it as an integrated site is core to our design on that. And also, if we want to have as many sort of companies supported in the area as possible, it's way better for us to be able to develop integrated parking and some of these things to support multiple buildings, which will also lower the cost of the companies that we've been talking to that want to build on the site. And everyone is facing, you know, the inflationary costs. And so if we can do things that will reduce the cost overall, that's helpful.
Got it. And then just finally, in terms of secured provincial and federal funding, are you able to share just, I guess, magnitude of funding?
Yeah, so overall, I guess you can talk about the direct money to API and then the broader money that's going into the park. Overall, the amount of money that's going into the park as a result of our work there and the companies that we're working with, the investment going into the region is about somewhere between $300 to $400 million. So it's a very large influx into the city. API pays property taxes. We pay property taxes on the BBDC building, and we will on these adjacent sites as well too. From our side, we see ourselves as a strong part of the industrial action plan for the city. And really what we see from this perspective is having the park support not just the Edmonton Research Park, but also the broader city, especially our light industrial areas, as we look to have life science activities happening in those areas. A lot of the services that we provide in the park can support much more broadly than within the ERP. It's sort of a hub that can support the entire city.
Right. And last question. I was going to direct this one to administration as well, but I think I somewhat have my answer. I was just thinking about how we typically do these kinds of below market dispositions or sales, and usually there's some degree of a clause in there, whether it's a buyback, to provide some degree of risk mitigation on the city's side. But am I understanding that would be a limitation on your flexibility to be able to even pursue some of the leases that you're potentially exploring?
Yeah, everything from that perspective increases risk for someone who's going to finance the site. If there's a buyback contained within it, especially because the fit out is way more expensive than the building itself. And so, you know, it's not like if we're in a conversation with a lender, we've talked to a number of them around this, and you know, it turns out that, you know, we default on the loan. The value of the building is not anywhere near the value of the equipment that's inside, and also removing the equipment causes challenges there. That's why we're requesting as little terms as possible, because that reduces the rate and increases the amount that we can borrow on the site. And, you know, from that perspective, you know, I think the city can have comfort that, you know, the use of the space is in alignment with API's mission as a not-for-profit. And so while there are, you know, differences from how the city would normally do this, you know, the fact of us being a not-for-profit, already coming with the confirmed federal money around this, and also having, you know, that sort of role within the park of stewarding its development and redevelopment, I hope that gives some comfort. And we really see this as being a massive win for the city overall. It's going to be Canada's largest security supply manufacturing site, and then hopefully a massive catalyst to the life sciences sector in the city.
Thank you. I know we ran a little over time, but we're making good time. Councillor Stevenson, and plus you gave plenty of time to answer the question, and we got a very thorough answer. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to dig into that a bit more. I think you've helped me understand. I believe that we have an ability to structure a buyback option to be sort of subservient to banks, for example, so that we don't necessarily have the first interest in the land. So again, just wondering if that's just a total deal breaker to have any form of buyback, even if we're able to provide that assurance to lenders.
That's a good question. So we've worked back and forth with two lenders and with our real estate lawyer on this quite a bit. And there's complexity with it because of the desire to sublease to other folks within this as well too. Mm-hmm. If there's a way to structure it that the lenders are totally happy, we would be open to it. We just haven't really seen that sort of piece because of the complexity around the project overall. You know, I'd be open to suggestions on that front if there is something from that end, but based on our analysis and the money we've spent on real estate lawyers to look at it, I haven't seen anything that really hits that in a clear term.
Okay, no, and that's helpful, and I think the context you've provided around the equipment costs, because again, usually we say, oh, land, buildings, that's an asset, but there's those interior assets too that aren't, yeah. Great.
The equipment's so specialized that in most cases, like for example, you know, well, API as a whole, most of our assets are equipment, but the equipment is not financeable against because it's deemed to be specialized use, and because it's used in a regulatory space where, you know, you have to have everything exact, the chain of custody of them, you can't really just go and, you know, someone else can buy it and use it because it's like they don't know what happened to it, and so you wouldn't get you know, it's hard to get approval. It's hard to, you know, you can only really refurbish it for R&D purposes, and so while we sit on a lot of assets, our ability to finance against them is quite limited.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think I heard you say it, just want to confirm again, you do not anticipate being tax exempt on these properties?
We do not, and we currently pay taxes on those sites.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for you, so you're welcome to grab a seat back in your spots, and we'll go to questions of administration. Councillor Salvador, did you have questions for administration?
Yeah, just on the question and the point that Councillor Stevenson just raised around, I guess, buyback options that would still allow for the flexibility needed on API's end. I just curious what conversations have been had, how that's been explored, what ground we've already covered on the administrative side.
Yeah, Councillor Salvador, we did work with Mr. Mukyper for a number of months around how this would be structured. Ultimately, they've identified that they have some unique considerations that make our standard contract provisions something that won't work for them. You are correct. Typically, we would have some kind of provision that would protect the city, and knowing that time is of the essence. Certainly, we have presented the terms that we think API requires for the transaction.
Okay, thank you. And then just thinking about sort of the unique nature of API and their role in the research park. I mean, I appreciate the section that talked about potential risks, but at the same time, I guess I'm just looking for some thoughts around API's role as, you know, nonprofit organization, designated steward of the park, recognizing they already have significant funding contributions lined up. Seems like a unique case.
Councillor Salvador, Alyssa LaLiberty with Economic Investment Services. Maybe I'll comment a little bit on this project from an economic development perspective.
Sure, that'd be great.
So the project itself is over a $200 million investment into Edmonton's Research Park. It includes all orders of government as well as the University of Alberta. So it truly is a collaboration with a nonprofit moving towards doing something that is truly unique in Edmonton. Edmonton as well has 2/3 of all of Alberta's life science sector businesses. So when you talk about where Edmonton is really leading in Alberta, this is a true space. There's not many other investments that we're currently working on at this scope and scale that has garnered the attention of funders, like I said, at all orders of government. So this is significant, it's unique, and I think the impact is going to be very long-term for our city.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and clearly aligned with our industrial action plan, and I would say, is it fair to say also could be viewed as a catalyst in?
Yes,
yeah.
So life sciences sector is one of the identified sectors in the industrial investment action plan, and this is expected to be a catalyst.
Great, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we've got some really clear answers here, and I appreciate that. Any protection of the land not being developed for this purpose and just sold, like let's say things don't move ahead, Like, is there any way to protect against that, which again doesn't create a hindrance?
So there is a restrictive covenant in the research
great.
park. So there is a requirement for the site to be used for at least 10% of research. So that is still governed there. Other than that, they are asking for terms that do not allow that ability.
Okay. Just in terms of, I think the report mentions, sorry, I think that was in the public portion of the report, but just around other, setting precedent in terms of other groups. Have we seen comparable actors, i.e. like nonprofit groups that have purchased the land? Or have they all been for-profit groups?
API is the only nonprofit in our biotechnical leasing program.
Okay, so again, that is a bit of a distinction and is a way, again, it's not opening the door for anything. This could potentially be a criteria or a reason why it's not a precedent for all companies, all businesses in terms of their nonprofit status?
Correct, it does set them apart.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will move a motion that, hold on. Sorry, I just saw the note that there were two. No, I think I'm going to do the approve one, if that's okay. Yep.
That's fine. We can put that up for you on the screen.
Yep, thank you. So there we go. I'll read this out here. And there it is. So I'll move, number one, that the sale of land in Edmonton Research Park legally described as Plan 242-0043, Block 2, Lot 9, and 8120859, Block 2, Lot 5, to applied pharmaceutical innovation at below market value as outlined in Attachment 4 of the March 4th, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager. And number two, that Attachment 3 of the March 3rd, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report remain private pursuant to Sections 19, 26, and 29 of the Access to Information Act. So that's moved. And yeah, I think I appreciate the questions that have happened on this. I think at the end of the day, this is something that advances, and you'll probably hear me as I introduce motions from now on try to tie a lot back to our priorities, which we just approved. And this to me fits very, very, very firmly within the economic development priority. It is something that I know we don't always go about it this way. I know it's not a normal approach, but at the same time, we know the value we are going to get from this, not just the actual tax uplift once it's developed space, but that is actually an important component in this conversation, and we shouldn't overlook that. But also just what this does for an industry that is growing and that Edmonton is doing phenomenal work in, API being a massive partner in that work. We need to do this. We need to grow our economic development opportunities. This absolutely does this. This continues to put us I would argue, a leader, at least in the country on this, if not in other spaces. So to me, at the end of the day, this falls squarely within economic development, which is a clearly defined council priority now. And even though this might come up against that guiding principle of fiscal sustainability and affordability, I actually view this as, if you look at this in the long term, it actually contributes to those two guiding principles in a meaningful way. So that's why I'm bringing this forward. If there are any other questions, please click on. I'm not seeing any. Anyone wishing to speak? If you are interested, please click on the board. I'm seeing someone reach for the screen to potentially speak. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the mover bringing this forward. I think I'm not going to repeat what you just said, just along with our economic development, but just coming from a pharmaceutical background and understanding what that economy looks like out east, it's really exciting to see something like this be a catalyst to Edmonton, the little city that we live in, and so I really appreciate that. What also gives me something that is really positive is being the last funder in, I feel like. And so often, sometimes we'll actually be the catalyst from a city perspective, but this project already has millions of dollars from the provincial side and from the federal side. And so it looks like, from us, if approved, this would be something that would be, all three levels of government working together to make sure that we have some stability in Canada for manufacturing. So with that, I will be supporting this motion, and thank you again for bringing it forward.
Thank you very much. Anyone else to speak? Not seeing anyone else. I think I don't need to close. I sort of said it all in the opening in a shorter amount of time. So with that in mind, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 4-0. Excellent. So we are moving through the agenda. We are down to our last item, which is going to be item 7.5. We'll take just a moment and make sure everyone is here. Yep, and then we'll get our delegation to sort of swap out. Yeah, I'll double check with administration. Are we including folks from the WinSpear as part of the delegation? Perfect. So you can make your way down, follow along, and they'll let you in the door, the secure door.
So good afternoon. I'm Director Brett Latchford of Strategy and Emerging Economy and Urban Planning and Economy. I'm here today with Kim Petrin, the Deputy City Manager of Urban Planning and Economy, Alyssa La Liberté, Branch Manager of Economic Investment Services, Sandra Young and Anne-Marie Lieshout Petrov. Yep. Okay. From the Francis WinSpear Center for Music Expansion Project, Chris Sinclair from Legal Services, and Harm Rai, the Branch Manager of Financial Services, I believe is online. During the June 2026-2025 public hearing on extending the capital city downtown CRL, Council asked that the WinSpear expansion be added to the capital city downtown community revitalization levy plan. City Council in the province later approved the extension of the downtown CRL, and with it, a list of catalyst projects that included the WinSpear expansion. Today, we're here along with WinSpear to share the Francis WinSpear Music Center expansion term sheet, the relevant specifics of the project, and how the funding would work. And we would be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. That covers the presentation. Fantastic. We'll see if folks have questions. Oh, this was selected, though, by Councillor Tang first. So, Councillor Tang, do you want to go first, or?
Sorry, is that all you have?
That's the introductory statement, yeah.
Okay, because this report was added very last minute. I don't know about my colleagues. I certainly did not have time to read any of the attachments. I was a little actually confounded about even being on the agenda. I think I just expected a bit more in terms of diving into what we're discussing today, the ask. Because, yeah.
Sure. So the ask is originated with the CRL plan extension last June. It's in the exact same dollar amount as the plan at the time of the plan. The reason for the late addition to the agenda is we were working as hard as possible to get this done as quickly as possible. Any delay in council's ultimate decision, whatever it is, would delay would increase the potential for project costs and delay the project itself. And so we were originally working for a February deadline. March 4th was the quickest we could get it on the agenda and in front of council today.
Actually, and it's a good flag, and in fact, because it did get added so late, we're actually getting close to our recess. Do we want to break a little bit early and maybe come back a few minutes late and give us a chance to, because I actually do think it's fair for all of committee members at least to make sure we've had a chance to go through, because even for myself, I didn't get a chance to read every single page in full. It was like, okay, I got to scan through as quickly as possible. So why don't we recess until about 3:50 then, if that gives us both our regular break plus another 10. There's not too many pages in this. It's 5 and 2 on the attachments. And so let's do that. 3:50, we're going to take a recess until that point and come back. Is that right? Yeah, perfect. Here in the room, we have Councillor Tan, Salvador. Councillor Elliott, are you with us?
Sorry, Mayor. Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Also in the room, Councillor Stevenson, and online, just doing a quick check to see who we've got. Let's see. Online, Councillor Rutherford is there. Hello?
Yeah, and in private.
Yeah. Councillor Wright, and you're there?
I'm here.
Fantastic. Councillor Principe?
Yes, I'm here. Are we to be in private now?
Not yet. We could be if at some point questions get asked, but we'll
Okay.
cross that bridge if we get to it. So
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So yes, I think we'll at least start with a round of questions, and then we can sort of go from there. Because at the end of the day, this would still have to go to council. So we'll start maybe. Someone else can start. Councillor. Well, let's go to the ward councillor. Councillor Stevenson is on the board.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Appreciate this coming forward. Just had a question for the Windspear, just in terms of that delta. What is your plan for that?
Thanks for the question. So I want to clarify, first of all, that as you'll recognize, the verb tense in the report is that it is, which was, I think, going back to January, and it was not an official number that we shared. I would say it's a was, and that we've already put a lot of effort into mitigating that gap. And until such time as this gets signed and our tenders are approved, because we're in the process right now, we will continue to apply mitigation strategies to close that gap. And it's already like half of that at this point, and we have a line of sight on how we'll continue to close that gap.
Okay, interesting. So that's even without potentially doing additional fund development. You think that just the project management, some cost savings will address that?
That's correct.
And then worst case scenario, do you feel that there is an opportunity to go back to community for a final ask potentially?
Absolutely, that's already in progress. That was always part of our plan. Yeah.
Okay. So I apologize. Oh yeah. Those are all the questions that I had for now. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tay?
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful. I guess just wanted to get some better understanding for the budget and financial implication section. So unlike other projects in CRL, for this one, the 33 million will come from the city's working capital reserve because there's no future uplift to kind of repay that.
No, it's...
Sorry.
So it comes from the working capital, and I would ask finance to expand on it beyond this, but it comes from working capital because we cannot borrow for a project in the CRL that is not ultimately city-owned infrastructure.
And Councillor Harmroy from Financial Services here, so I can expand on that a bit. So what we're saying here is this reserve, this year downtown CRL reserve currently is in a deficit. And over the projected timeline of when we expect to distribute this grant is still going to be in a deficit. So you're drawing a deficit reserve into a further deficit, which is essentially using the city's working capital to fund this grant. So that's what we meant when we said the use of working capital.
Okay, so we also just approved a $30 million program right before this. So the difference there is that will, in the near term, draw down the deficit, but it will be repaid through the uplift. Is that the difference?
Well, in that case, they actually pay the property tax first, and then we pay it out as a rebate. Yeah.
So I guess you're improving the deficit, and then, so there is something, there's a bit of a cash flow there.
Yeah, and if they don't build, we're not funding anything, so.
Okay.
Another way to say that, Councillor, is like the previous item you approved has no net impact on the reserve really, because it's revenues coming in and then revenues flowing out to that grant, whereas this was just a direct draw on a reserve that's already in a deficit.
Okay. Okay, and so you present two options. What is your recommendation?
If you will follow what's in the CRL plan, then the direction would be to
Approve it,
approve it, yes.
which is the option A.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I think you lay out the risk pretty clearly. And then this just finishes the project. There's still outstanding conversations around parking and all that kind of stuff to come, right?
Yes, that's unrelated.
That's unrelated.
Unrelated to this, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board for questions. Just for myself, and I don't want to suggest anything otherwise, just I know this came at the last minute and it still has to go to council anyways. I actually would prefer to say requisition just to give everyone a chance to fully review, and then maybe when it comes to council, we might be able to have a little bit more of a detailed presentation just to catch up all members of council. So I don't want to give anyone fear or heart attacks on this. I just want to make sure that we're doing from a good governance perspective, not rushing into that. So I'm going to say requisition.
Requisition.
And that's 2. So that will go to the council meeting that it was going to go to anyways, but it just gives us all a chance to take a quick breather and make sure we're all caught up on the file. And then maybe have a little bit of additional information as we get into that conversation and going into that. So, all right, so that covers that item, and that means we are dealt with all of those items. Any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Not seeing any. All right, we are adjourned at 3:57. Thank you, everyone.